Hey! Over here!
Yo, everybody. I've set up a bunch of things, so hopefully the stream's going to be a bit higher quality than the one yesterday. Got our new alert sounds, got everything set up. But there are a couple of things that I need to do, just to make this whole streaming thing a bit easier. I'm getting ads from Victoria's Secret. Oh, that's crazy. Hopefully they're paying a lot. Kurt, we're trying to do a lot of streams. But we gotta make sure that we're actually delivering stuff that people want to see. And I think this tier list, big one. Yeah, so what we're going to be doing today is basically going through my version, or my understanding of what I think tier lists should be in Wuthering Waves. It's a lot different from a lot of other gacha games, right? Just based off of the way that it plays, how much is reliant on the player who's actually playing these characters, and, you know, some of those little distinctions that make this game so special. So I'm going to be using Tier List Maker so we can be a little bit more interactive with it. Obviously, I am open to input from chat as we're discussing all these different characters, right? We're discussing their playstyle, their weaknesses, and their strengths as we classify them. And just as like a bit of like a teaser, right? It's not like all of my classifications or all of my rankings are going to be like super different from, you know, stuff that we might be seeing on Pride1. But I think to me, it's more of a matter of how you're organizing the information and displaying it to people. Because this game is nuanced. This game is a little complex. It's 2 a.m. for you? Well, glad to hear that you're glad to hear that you're making time for the stream, Priyanka. It is unfortunate that I am on the opposite side of the world from India. Makes it rough to catch some of my stuff. The DPS support hybrid thingy, how am I going to handle that? There's a lot of stuff that I'm going to explain heading into it that'll hopefully make some of those classifications a bit more clear. That's not a good song. Angley S, Gian F, pack it up, boys, we're done here. Not quite, not that simple. Wish it was that simple. When am I going to start? I should be starting the tier list at about 1. And what I'm going to be doing before we dive into it is explain what's going on with some of my reasoning, some of my ranking. Bit lower music. You pop it at 1 and see how that works. Gacha gamers to do nuance? Well, this is the thing with Gacha gamers, man. They understand nuance as long as you're very upfront with it. Or that's what I've seen. And you know, it can get a little bit difficult sometimes. I know the whole Sanhua situation is something that I'm going to be diving into today. And hopefully we can explain that a little bit more in depth and get a few more people understanding my reasoning. But I feel like most people get what I'm talking about when it comes to that. But yeah, before we dive into the tier list, I think it's time for us to get the show on the road. And what I'm going to actually need is... Don't get too excited. Don't get too excited. But I'm going to need a couple of moderators, actually, on both the YouTube and the Twitch side. Because I've realized that I don't have any. I don't have any on YouTube and Twitch. So that's one of the things that I think is... you know, you guys have been awfully well behaved over, you know, all this time that I've been streaming. This past day. So, if you're interested in being a mod, go ahead and message me, and you know we might make that stuff happen today, because when I'm busy with stuff, right, I feel like my stream and my chat is like a little bit unprotected. So I'm trying to get that fixed as soon as possible. So if you're interested in being a mod, for either my YouTube chat or my Twitch chat, please message me.
Over here.
Please message me on Discord, and then we can get that sorted out. I think I've got like one person who might be interested, and we'll find out more about that later. But
hey, over here.
And I do realize I'm talking to two chats right now. I am talking to two chats right now. So I'm going to need mods on both sides. Time zone and commitment issues? I mean, totally understandable, right? The expectation if you're a mod is that you're here for like most streams, right? And I don't have the most regular schedule, but I'm trying to get on one.
Hey, over here.
Okay, I can... Alright. Pop that on for now, but then tuck it away for a little. What time zone am I in? I am currently in, I believe it's GMT -8. I think. Let me check that. Yeah, I'm GMT -8.
Hey, over here.
And that is the new alert box. So maybe I should actually put more of that in front so you guys can actually see it. All right. So... Oh, sorry. Didn't mean to show you guys that. Clearly, everybody took all of my Echo Luck. And this is what I was left with after doing a little bit of rolling today. So, my Gion is not having a good time. Anyways, what we're going to be doing today is, I know I sent a message or two in chat about it. But if you are interested in modding my stream on either YouTube or Twitch, please reach out to me on Discord via DMs. We'll see if we need to recruit some mods right now. You know, in case you know, they're necessary. But the idea of a mod is that, you know, you're going to be in here, you're going to be helping enforce some of the rules in my, or not some of them, all of the rules in my chat. You know, make sure people are on their best behavior. You know, when I'm trying to stream, when I'm trying to make content like this, I'm not, you know, we're trying to be well behaved here. We're trying to be nice. We're trying to be cordial, you know, have a good conversation going. It can get a little bit spicy at times. And so if you're, you know, if you do have, you know, if there is like hot commentary and stuff like that, you can let it be. But, you know, when somebody's out of line, clearly out of line, you'll know what to do. But Overall, I think it's just maintain the chill atmosphere. Make sure people aren't going too crazy. Because, you know, with something like a tier list, right? I am, in some ways, defining whether or not someone's favorite character might be as good or not as good as they think it is. And, you know, that discussion can get a little bit spicy. I think Juno Mark said it best, right? Tier list discussion can get a little bit feisty. All right, I've got a couple of people ready for that, so we'll see if we need them. Hopefully we don't, but I think I'll have all of those mods kind of like onboarded and ready to go by the time the next streams happen. So let me just quickly claim all my dailies. Thank God that 180 wave plates just gets you all the way now.
Hey, over here.
And let's get on into a little bit of our
Stay sharp.
discussion today. So, with that, I've got my trusty notepad
Hey,
over here.
Over here.
Thank you, Yakov, for following. Appreciate it, man. I've got my tier list notes over here in Notepad, right? And I found out that Notepad is one of the best ways for people to absorb information. So, when it comes to the tier list in Wuthering Waves, like I mentioned at the start, it's a little bit complex. Because this game has a lot more nuance, a lot more intricacies in it, in the stuff that you're actually doing on field. Oh, I'm hidden? That's a good call. That down a little bit. All right, there we go. There we go. Thanks, Kurt. Appreciate it, man. So, that basically is the first point, what, right?
Victory will be ours.
I'm trying to give it to you guys piecemeal. So, Wuwa isn't really like other gacha games, right? Because you're coming in to Wuwa, you have a 3-person team. That means that all of your buffs, right, relative to other games, all the stuff that you're doing, there are less people that can actually contribute. There are less people... There are less people that can make an impact, right, in your gameplay. You don't have 3 extra teammates to go with your hypercarry or DPS. You're only going to have 2. And that makes, like, the sub-DPS, the buffer role, the hybrid role as it is on Pridwin, a lot more important for your team's success. Because think about a lot of other gacha games, right? When you have, like, your main DPS, like your hypercarry, you have, like, 2 other teammates, oftentimes, that are helping to support them. So that means that the strength of a team, right, is consolidated into less characters. Second is that investment in Wuwa really matters. And that's from the perspective of, do you have a crit rate weapon, right? Are you hyper optimizing or not hyper optimizing your echoes? Are you kind of going in with, like, you know, a 60, you know, let's just say like 60, 240 versus, like, you know, 75, 270, right? What are you going in with when it comes to your investment on the echo side, and what are you getting out, right? This could mean you're spending... We're going to be ranking this. We're going to be ranking this list not on things like, you know, their sequence nodes, you know, not like S2 Shorekeeper, because that's, you know, hands down the best support in the game, right? We're looking at stuff, you know, like maybe S2 Varina or like S0 Shorekeeper. Comparisons like that. And what that means is that when you have differing levels of investment, it is super important in a game like this. Because one of the late game objectives, right, is the Tower of Adversity. And in that tower, you have, I do believe it's 2 minutes to clear. 2 minutes to clear with the maximum level of rewards. And what that means is that there are some teams, right, that have longer rotations that deal more damage. And that means that if you have that longer rotation that deals more damage and you clear in 2, That's better than a faster rotation that does less damage, but it takes 3 to clear. Does that make sense? Are you guys following that?
Victory will
So
be
lower
ours.
damage, shorter rotations. Right? When you have longer, higher damage rotations, overkilling is one of the worst, or like, I don't want to call it like overkilling, but like dealing too much damage is one of the worst things that you can do. And that's why burst-oriented characters have weaknesses and strengths. You can kind of see, right, where this discussion is going. Jinsei, right? Everyone's overkilled, especially on multi-wave boss floors. She's a great single-target fighter, right? Multi-wave boss floors where you have, like, you know, maybe like 2 elites that show up, or it's like the Glacio Dreadmains, right? Tons of potential to deal too much damage in one rotation, and now your next one, right, isn't as good, right? Or it's delayed. Or you wish that burst could have been used on the next wave. And that's where that high investment matters, right? If you need to use 2 rotations, but it's on something like Jinsei, but if your higher investment, you only need to use 1, that character got a lot better, a lot stronger. Versus, you know, maybe it's like a Camellia rotation, right? You'll clear it all in 1 rotation, but then you'll maybe do some excess damage to the boss when that spawns, with maybe the last couple of seconds in your budding mode. Versus, you know, maybe at a lower investment Camellia, you'll just clear the first wave and then have no heal time left for the actual boss. And Camellia is going to do a lot better than Jinsei in that situation, despite them having the same damage. So this is what I mean by investment matters. And when you have 2 minutes, and there are people, right, that are clearing in 1 minute 45, or even, you know, going down to the last second, that means they're at low investment. But they're still getting the maximum rewards in the end game, right? So it's a viable strategy. And in my opinion, tier lists need to take that into account. There are people, right, that see that they're clearing in 1 minute 45 seconds, 150, right? They're literally edging, right on the edge of getting a 2-star clear. But that's okay to them, right? Because that means they can invest in other characters. They can stop echo grinding, right? They don't have to like do all these things anymore. And so that's why investment is such an important piece in the tier list, because you don't need maximum investment, right, to get all the rewards and clear all the content. But you can. And when you invest more and more, certain characters get a lot stronger than others. That gets us into the whole breakdown, right, between Sanhua and other hybrid sub-DPS characters. Because some of them, like Jeja or Yinlin, right, or Chongli, they scale a lot better with investment. When you spend Echo Experience tubes, Echo Experience materials, you know, you get them a new shiny signature weapon, they're getting a lot more out of all of that grinding and resource expenditure than a Sanhua will, in terms of their overall performance, their overall DPS. And so there are some characters that are exceptionally good with the minimal level of investment. And that should be factored in, right? So one of the big sort of differentiations that I'll be making in my tier list analysis is that level of investment, right? Because you have, in my eyes, 3 different tiers, in a sense, right, of investment.
Hey! Over
1,
here.
2 minute clears in TOA.
Victory
Then you
will
have,
be ours.
maybe we'll do A. B, you're gonna have 1 minute clears in TOA. And then C, you have the 10, or not really 10, 30 to 45 second and that's speed runs, right? These are in my idea, or in my thinking, the 3 ways that you should be really thinking about tier lists, character potential, and
Victory will be
the
ours.
actual strength of a character is across these 3 investment levels. Because there are some characters, right, that chat is hidden behind the notepad. That's a good call. Let me find our chat box over here and move it all the way up. There we go. Perfect. Thank you for that, man. So that's the thing, right? There are some characters that are going to do a lot better in speed runs with maximum level of investment, a lot of resetting, a lot of RNG. All right, you want me to change to Camellia for better better background grunts? Actually, no. Camellia's background grunts might get me demonetized. I'm not sure about that. I think her background sounds enough to get you demonetized. We'll use Shorekeeper instead. So, I do realize that now I'm blocking that part of the notepad. So, think about it this way, right? 3 different tiers of investment. 2-minute clears in the Tower of Adversity, 1-minute clears in the Tower of Adversity, and then 30 to 45-second clears. When you have the 2-minute clears, you're playing on accounts that aren't at high investment. They aren't doing a lot of things. They're barely scraping by, and that means that certain characters that do, you know, a lot more damage by themselves are going to be helpful. Then you have the 1-minute clears in TOA, right? These are the people that have their crit ratios, right? They're maybe at like 75 to 75 plus, right? On their crit ratios. That means that this person, right, is going to be hitting like 250k on their Zhongli Yao, 250k on their Zhongli Yao ultimate or liberation. They're going to be hitting like 250k on their Camellia enhanced skill, 100k on their enhanced skill, and they're going to be blasting enemies, right, for like maybe 350 to 400k damage on Jinxie. These are the people that are at the point where when their hyper carry is that invested in, they don't necessarily need a lot of extra damage coming in, and it's doing it, and you know, they're getting amazing clears.
Over here.
Thanks, Max Book. Thanks, Max, for the sub. And what that kind of means is that, again, based off of that level of investment, certain characters are a lot stronger than others. One of the biggest issues, right, with a character like Yinlin or Jeja is the fact that they do basically damage over time, or Wuthering Waves' form of damage over time. Their coordinated attacks take their big motion value, their big damage contribution, and spread it out over a longer period of time. And what that means is that at the end of the day, if you kill, or if you clear the boss faster than what their damage over time or their coordinated attacks are, you know, faster than they're landing to get their full potential, then that means, right, in speedruns, characters like Yinlin or Jeja aren't actually realizing their full potential. Because there are teams that will out-clear them because they're simply doing the raw damage faster. And that is the meta that's evolving in CN. In their speedruns, the fastest clears ever, technically the strongest teams, right? Those are all dual DPS. Most of them are dual DPS. Jinxie's kind of like the outlier. Jian too. And in those situations, that means that a bunch of different characters have suddenly rose to the top in the rankings, and a lot of others have fallen down.
Rest in silence,
so,
awaiting their fated journey.
Investment is a really important thing. And it's hard to understand that importance when you don't need a high level of investment to clear the TOA in the first place and get all the rewards. And you don't get extra rewards for more investment. So, you know, for a reasonable player, right, that's just trying to get like a C average instead of an A or an S plus, a lot more viable options. And if that's your only goal in the game, then there are a lot more people viable. So with that, that's our second point. I know that was a pretty long-winded one on investment, but it is, I think, one of the
Hey,
biggest differences.
over here.
And you'll see characters flopping around based off of that. All right. And so the last one... okay. The last one is big. And that one is that player skill in a lot of the tier lists that we've seen is almost like a given, right? They always talk about how there's like a certain floor, a certain skill level that people are performing at, and that's what the rankings are. And the problem with that level of thinking, especially in Wuthering Waves, is that there is a much higher skill floor just to play this game. Just to like not get two-shot by the boss and not get destroyed. There is a certain skill floor that you're going to need. In other games, hypothetically, right, let's just say Genshin Impact. Probably the hardest thing that you're going to do is like Hu Tao charged attack cancels, right? That's probably the most input heavy thing in Genshin Impact. But it's already like the skill barrier to do that is like 10 minutes of practicing. Right? And then, okay, if you don't have her C1, you have to like jump attack. But if she is C1, you get to dodge cancel. Sure, right? Slight differentiation there. But this to me is the hardest thing to do in Genshin Impact. You know, to do it consistently. And every single tier list, right, for a game like Genshin Impact, they're gonna expect that you're doing charge cancels on Hu Tao. Right? Her ranking on every tier list, every power balancing, every power analysis, right, that anybody's ever done.
Hey,
The
over
expectation. Thanks for the follow, Jordan. That's a different Jordan, by the way, I think. Every tier list for Genshin Impact is under the expectation that you're doing Hu Tao charge attack cancels. They never go in with the assumption or the idea that you're not using them. And the problem with doing that in Wuthering Waves is that you can't just... There are so many characters that have necessary cancels. There are so many characters with necessary cancels in their kit in Wuthering Waves to perform at the levels that people are putting them on tier list for, right? And when you don't do those cancels, or you don't do like these high skill floor actions, Diluc, Dragonfly, and Klee optimal cancel auto attack. I don't think Diluc's that hard to play after Cloud Retainer released and she just makes him plunge for free, right? I don't think people kind of like play the Diluc plunge without the plunge buffer, right? And then with I think Zhang Yun, I think that's her name, Diluc becomes a lot easier, right? So I think they've like taken that out, made it more of like a meta team, and it's not like a big deal. But Klee combos, I have no idea about theirs. I have no idea about those. We'll be answering some chats about like the specific characters a little bit later. Roos here, I see that. So, and I also know like Klee sucks and isn't really that good, like just as a character overall. So it's like, I guess maybe you're doing those cancels just to make her like an acceptable unit in the first place. So, kind of going back to Wuthering Waves, you have your characters like Calcharo, right? Who are just going in, they're absolutely unplayable if you're not doing cancels. And then their damage, you know, drops off of a cliff because you're getting hit all the time and you're getting staggered and nothing's really landing, right? And then you have other characters on the other end, right? Like Zhang Li Yao. If you're playing Zhang Li Yao in a hypercarry team, you don't really have to do anything except press the dodge button at the right time, right? So I'll just write that down. Character like Zhang Li Yao. If you can play Wuthering Waves, you can play Zhang Li Yao. There is no real complication in his kit where it's like you have to do something that's not in your typical style of play, right? He doesn't have very many cancels that you can do on field to hyper optimize his damage. You just You press his buttons, you build his Forte circuit, and then you start blasting people with hypercubes, right? He is one of the easiest characters to pick up in the game. Then you have a character, I mean, let's just say it, on the other side of the ends, right? You have your Chong Li, right? One of the highest skill floors in the game. And my logic is, if you can play Chong Li, these are my thoughts on it.
Anything happen?
If you Chong Li's skill floor is so high that if you're playing her at an optimal level, you are able to play pretty much every single character in the game. Because she's doing things that you don't have to do on other characters just to not be awful. If that makes sense. If you don't do certain things while you're playing Chong Li, she has some of the worst damage in the game. And her ceiling, because of that, her damage potential is quite high, right? But if you don't do the shortcuts, you don't do the inputs, you don't put in the tech to learn her, then she will be easily outperformed by pretty much every other character in like on the DPS side of the roster. Danjin is also, you know, also falls into that category. If we're thinking about, you know, these high skill cap characters. I think Lauren just said Chang Li is the definition of quick swap, right? Correct. If you don't quick swap while playing Chang Li, she is really bad, right? You will get better results on almost any other DPS character. Then you have Jinxie. Opposite end of the spectrum, right? People call Jian, right, in CN, Wheelchair General. They call him the Wheelchair. They called him the Wheelchair General because he is, you know, like just think about it, right? He's so easy to play, he's so simple to learn, right? That somebody who, you know, I guess in a sense has a disability, right, would be able to destroy the game with him. I think there was a comment that I received on release, right? Even my 80-year-old grandma can play Jian and look like a master. I don't think that's necessarily the case anymore the second that Jinxie released. Because this Jinxie character has some optimizations you can do, but only in speedrun content. Jinxie's only complications are in speedrun content, right? If you're not playing Jinxie in a speedrun, in like a speedrun setting where you're like shooting off her double enhanced skills by like delaying your inputs, she is, in my opinion, the most brain dead, easy to play character in the game.
Rest in silence,
absolutely ridiculous. Her gameplay is so scripted and has no requirement for cancels. Basically, you intro in, you skill, you press the attack button 4 times. Right? You press the attack button 4 times, and then you skill again. And that's it. That's it. Then, it doesn't even matter if you were mismanaging your Concerto energy, and you can't use her outro skill. She just gives you an outro skill, so you can just rotate into the rest of your team. This is what I mean by Jinxie feeling like if you had a somewhat advanced AI script or a pretty intelligent primate, you could train them to play Jinxie. You can't really spice up Jinxie's rotations because she doesn't even have anything to spice them with, right? Even her echo skill, right? That's how you spice up Jian's rotation, right? You use the monkey echo skill before he gets his intro skill and goes on field, right? There's a big DPS increase, right? There's a skill progression in that. Jinxie just uses her echo skill when she enters the field because she doesn't have to cast it. There's no trade-off. There's no animation. She just intros in, presses E, drops that shit, and then you just do the combo that I talked about before. And there's nothing else you have to do.
Awaiting their fated
right?
journey.
And she's in the air, right? You can grapple. You can do some of that other stuff, right? Make her literally invulnerable and untargetable in the air, and then you're just like, okay, like I'm just doing damage for free, I'm gonna puke on them, and then I'm gonna intro skill to the next teammate. They're invulnerable during the intro skill animation. It's just like, now you have this team, right, that's delivering damage safely, that doesn't require pretty much any critical thinking on the battlefield to actually use, other than don't use the skill when there isn't an enemy in front of you. And her AoE on her ultimate is so big, I don't think it can miss. And her ultimate, Jinxie's ultimate, it has no impact on her rotations. There's no like strategic placement of it. Nothing in it gets buffed. It's just like, if you have the Moonlit buff active and your support buffs up, use Jinxie's ultimate, right? Camellia has complexity with her ultimate, where it lowers her to the ground no matter where her elevation is, and because she's on the ground, she doesn't have to do her plunge attack, right? She can immediately use echo skills like Crownless or Dreamless. Her ultimate adds depth to her rotations and lets you do stuff. Jinxie's ultimate is just like, all right, if you have ER, cast it. So that's where the whole player skill thing really comes in. There are some characters, like Jinxie, that are just going to be able to be played at their full potential if you have a pulse. Right? If you have a pulse in your breathing, you can play Jinxie, and you can destroy content, if the character is built. Jinxie, in my opinion, is like... She is, to me, like HSR in Wuwa. Where in HSR, right, if you have a certain level of investment, if you have XYZ light cones, you have XYZ relics, you can turn on auto. You can turn on auto and win. You turn on auto and you will clear the endgame content. No matter what it is, as long as you have a certain level of investment.
The stars rest in silence, awaiting their
And
fated
that should be
turn.
accounted for in strength. Right? And I think there are a lot of tier lists that are... Well, yeah, there are some tier lists, right? That make that differentiation for some characters and then don't make it for others. Asian Locks, you say that, right? Jinxie's about optimizing the other party members to be able to nuke. Jinxie's optimal team with Jeja, Farina, or Shorekeeper is quite literally... Jeja is one of the most easy to play characters in the game. It's like, if you hit an ER threshold with her, you're just gonna intro in, attack 3 times, cast your skill, make the third thing come out, and then start bouncing around to all your different skills, while casting your liberation somewhere in between. And then you outro skill with her. That team is designed, I think, to be the easiest one in the game. And it does the job. And because of that, right? There are a lot of people that rank Jinxie really high and use her in content that might not actually be the best fit for her. Which brings us to the last piece of player skill.
Did anything happen?
And that is that some characters are better than others in different content, right? But if you're a lower skill player, the kind of next step to that is you not really knowing that much about the game, right? If somebody is, considered lower skill, the chances are they probably aren't that knowledgeable about the game. They aren't that knowledgeable about kits, because if they were, they'd probably be better at the game, right? And what that means is that some people either don't try or they don't recognize, right, how important versatility actually is in a game like this. Because Jinxie, right, is the single target boss nuker, the single target boss slayer, right? Or they have a mobile debuff. Yeah, Jinxie's the #1 mobile character. Jinxie is the boss slayer, right?
The stars
But she
rest
sucks in
in
pincer
silence,
maneuver warriors,
awaiting
right?
their fated
She's
journey.
awful in that game mode. She's really bad unless there are like specific buffs that are like, giving her full uptime on her resonance
Hey,
skill
over
or something like
here.
that. Thanks for subbing, George. It's just that people go into these tier lists, they look at these tier lists sometimes, and they're like, okay, these two characters are at the top, but I don't actually necessarily know why. And so I'm going to be going in and I'm going to be using these characters in content that they're not actually good in. And because, let's just hypothetically say, right, my Jinxie's not doing good in pincer maneuver warriors, but she's tier 0, all the other characters must also be really bad in pincer maneuver warriors. And Jinxie is still, like, just, she's producing the best results. Right? And that means all the other characters below her will just do worse than her in pincer maneuver warrior. Right? When it's quite literally the opposite that's taking place. And so, I think that not accounting for, like, just versatility and a character's ability to basically be a jack of all trades and be viable in all the game modes is something that just isn't factored in at all. Right? It's just not factored in at all. And to me, that versatility is a character's one of a character's #1 strengths. Because now, through me investing in this one character, farming their echoes, doing all of this stuff, I have a character now, let's just hypothetically say Gian, right? I now have a character that can be used in every single game mode, right? As long as I'm not against the Wind Ape. And because of that, right? That means that I have a lot easier time clearing all this other content. I, don't have to build them later when I'm finding that my tier 0 DPS isn't good in that content.
Did anything happen?
But this character, right, Gian, that I built, is still good in single target and still destroys content in single target, while also being far more viable in other game modes. If that's not strength, what is that? If that's not power...
Hey! Over here!
Thanks, Beige. If that's not power, what is that? Right? Like, do we just not put that on the tier list? Is that not something that we should factor in? And this is the thing, Nando, right? You're asking, should there be different tier lists for different content in the game? Right? That's the problem with having definitive tier lists for a game like this, is that it's 6 months in, right? The game is still in early development, and we're going ahead and we're grouping these characters up into buckets where we're only looking at their performance in, like, one game mode. And then from there, it's like, but there are all these other game modes, right? Every single patch that's released for Wuwa, there has been AoE content prioritized in some way or another, right? There's always been some sort of pretty challenging combat event that involves a lot of wave of enemies and, just a lot of a lot of mobs, right? And it's happened every single patch. And the thing is that if we're just looking at the tower, and again, this is going back to the investment point, right? And I'm getting the same rewards in the tower for a 2-minute clear as I'm getting... Hey V, what's up, man? I'm getting the same rewards, right? For a 2-minute clear and a 45-second clear.
Hey! Over here!
What is really the point, right? In highlighting this so much? Right? The Tower of Diversity kind of like focus is just, it doesn't really do it for me. So that to me is where the whole player skill thing matters, right? Because we're getting to the point where player skill is also involving their mechanical ability, but it's also their ability to identify, right? When a character is good in one situation and when one character is better in another. And that's not factored in at all on all of the tier lists that we're seeing. So that leads us into the last point before we get into it. I know this is a long-winded discussion. Hopefully my editor can cut that down really good. Maybe I'll just turn it into a rough summary at the end. That brings us into our last point, right? One tier list is not enough. One tier list is not enough for all of the content in the game. And even in the Tower of Adversity, one tier list isn't enough either. You can have a generalized tier list for the tower, but you're going to need other things. And when the tower, at least at this point, has such a low barrier to get the full rewards, unlike some other unlike some other gacha games, where you need, somewhat closer to optimal builds to get more comfortable clears because there's so much less of an emphasis on player skill. That's where you start needing tier lists, right? For the Andy, right, who's coming in, like, you need recognition of the people whose crit ratios on their DPS characters are 60-40. And then you need one, right, for people that are at like 75-75. Because the lower number of rotations prioritize burst damage a lot more. Versus either the additional utility or all the other tools, right, that a character might have. And then you're just going to have like single target versus AoE, right? And then you have like mixed as well. Yinlin, right? One of the characters that we saw like a downgrade for. She is miles ahead of every other hybrid character in AoE content. She is absolutely absurd because her Forte circuit, right, applies a coordinated attack to every single enemy that it hits. You guys all saw those videos, right, of Rexlant with his S6 Yang Yang? Rexlant's S6 Yang Yang, where he just hits people off the screen with it. Obviously, I'm not saying that like why am I saying Yang Yang? S6 Yinlin, right, is like something that people should go for, but that's just the power of her AoE, and that's just obviously, right, not factored in. Yinlin is like a great character for certain game modes because of that. Certain areas of the Overdrive Tower because of that. Mikolaj, you say that player skill is important, but the core tier list should be single target. A lot of stuff in the tower has a lot of AoE. That's really hard for some people to deal with. And additionally, pincer maneuver warriors is actually kind of hard. I'm going to be honest, pincer maneuver warriors is actually kind of hard. It's not like a cakewalk. It's not like a cakewalk that should be just kind of like, put on the back burner. I think pincer maneuver is a beta test for a permanent endgame mode. With the way that it's designed, you can only have, like XYZ number of teams, or you have to have teams, and, like the weapons are split, the echoes are split, that sort of thing. It seems like a beta test to me that they might be releasing in 2.0. So, I would not be surprised if pincer maneuver or something like it becomes a little bit more, mainstream in the meta. So with that, it's time for us to get into the tier list. But before we do that, I know there have been a lot of people, coming in, joining before I started. Here's a quick summary of all the notes that we just had. First, Wuwa isn't like other gacha games. There are a lot of differentiations, especially when it comes to your player's skill and how that's having an impact on your overall gameplay. Second, okay, Shorekeeper. Second is that investment really, really, really matters, because that can be the difference between a rotation that is taking you longer, but a longer rotation that's letting you clear in 2, or shorter rotations, right, where you have to clear with 3. And that has a big impact on your time. Then you have all of that differentiation, right, between your 2-minute clears, your 1-minute clears, and your speedrunners. Different characters are a lot better and a lot more viable depending on how fast you're clearing and how well invested they're in. And some characters scale a lot better than others. And third, player skill is way too normalized, and there's too much of an expectation put on a certain floor player's skill. That's in the current tier list, when it should be a lot more factored into a character's strength. And that's why one tier list isn't enough. You're going to want multiple to account for those differences in investment and those differences in skill. I'm pretty sure if we looked at correlation versus causation, people with less investment in their characters are probably typically going to be worse at the game. And so that means that those characters right? Like Chang Li, your Calcharo, I guess your Encore. It's just not going to be as good in their hands, right? And we don't want somebody that's playing on mobile and really isn't that good to look at Chang Li, right? In tier 0 and be like, oh, it's a tier 0 character. I should pick him up and learn him.
Did
right?
anything happen?
Or they don't have the expert tag, right? They pick up Chang Li and they're like, what am I doing? How do I play this character? Why are they doing less damage than everybody else that's ranked below them, right? That's because they can't play them, right? Or they don't have the right level of investment. And that to me is like, okay, we're not factoring in that floor level into there. So with that, that was our quick and short and sweet little overview. Let's get on into the tier list. Let me pull that up. Playing Wuwa on your phone is diabolical? Absolutely, man. I can't think of anything worse. Alright. Everybody should be seeing my tier list now, right? Oh, good God.
Over here.
Awaiting their fated
Oh,
journey.
God. That should help. Let me first transform that a little bit. Alright. There we go. And then move that shit down. Cool. Alright. Move myself a little bit too. See more of that list. Alright, how's that looking for everybody? We all looking good?
Did anything happen?
Alright. That's enough of Shorekeeper for now. So, what you're going to notice is that, well, the most important thing here is that it's an incognito window. But the second part is that I'm going to have multiple tier lists actually open. And obviously, you're going to see in S what that tier list is actually for. And that just means, right, that I'm going to be having multiple roles, and we're not going to be using all of the different characters that we're seeing down here for every single part of the list, right? The way that we're going to be going through it is, first, we're going to be having our sustainers as kind of like the backbone of every single team, right? Because in most cases, and in most situations, you do want one of these characters. Second, we're going to have the sub-DPS category. And this will either include, and I'm just turning this into a sub-DPS or outro skill category. And what that means, right, is that any character that has an outro skill that provides some benefit to the team, but is a little bit more singular and less general, that means that they're probably going to go into this category. So we might be seeing a bit of Chang Li here. And then next, we're going to have our raw DPS category. Then we're going to be getting into what I like to call the high investment DPS category. And then for our last category, we're going to be doing, instead of Apex, we're going to be doing dual DPS. And then if we do have some time, we'll get into some of the speedrun findings. I actually have gotten in touch with a couple of people. I actually have gotten in touch with a couple of people on the CN side that have given me their interpretation of a tier list based off of, you know, them clearing Tower of Adversity level 100 enemies in like 29 to 30 seconds. So we can get a short preview of that. I don't think we're going to be going in it super in depth. I might just pop open a screenshot of that, so you guys can get like a bit of an overview of what the meta looks like from that perspective, right? What it looks like at the very peak of Wuthering Waves gameplay. We can also look at some videos of it. It does not look like peak Wuthering Waves gameplay. It looks like you're playing a completely different game. So just we'll keep that as like a bit of a treat until the end. But before we dive on into that, let me just pull up a couple of other bits and pieces of that conversation with them, because they had some great thoughts that I would love to make sure that I'm not misquoting in regards to like this whole tier list. Okay, give me 1 second, guys. The first list that we will be starting on is also going to be the shortest one, and that's going to be the sustainers. So we're going to be getting through this, I think, relatively quickly. And this is also the point where we're going to be able to do a little bit of discussion, right? To see and discuss, right? If Yang Yang really does belong in the sustainer category. I know, like, somebody went into my comments on that Pride Win video and they were like, well, when we're defining support, we're talking about people that can, you know, just support the team or, like, you know, increase damage or, like, provide energy. And, like, you know, by that definition, right, Yang Yang is, or Jeja is a support, right? Because she has the same exact energy granting skill on her inherent, right? So Jeja grants energy on her inherent, so is she a support? You know, that whole definition to me is like a little bit wonky, so I'm just gonna be like, I don't know about that, boss. Alright, I've got all my resources ready to go. Let's get on into it. Yeah. We can talk about the Yang Yang piece in a bit. So, first things first is defining what a support character in Wuthering Waves is. To me, a support character is one, or sustainer in Wuthering Waves, because that's what I'd prefer to use on the tier list. To me, a sustainer in Wuthering Waves is somebody that prevents you from getting wiped. A sustainer is somebody that, because you have them on your team, you can make mistakes and it will help you undo those mistakes. So by that definition, I am going to be putting in the support category these, where's John Shin? These 6 characters. We'll use 2 Havoc Rovers as the divider. Or yeah, we'll use this Rover here as we'll use the Rover squad as the, actually in retrospect, these characters. Because Spectral Rover, my friends, Spectral Rover is a healer. They are a sustainer. And if I'm being completely honest, Spectral Rover is not that bad. And the fact that they're not recognized as one, you know, when they stop time and prevent enemies from attacking and heal on their liberation, to me is a little bit weird. Because I think they fit the bill of Pridewind's definition of a support to a T. Right? They do, right? They have a time stop on their outro skill, and they heal with S6 on their or S6 on their resonance chain. Let's start off with Spectral Rover, though. Understanding that. Spectral Rover goes in B for sustain for me. The real reason for that is that they are a very utility-focused character who doesn't provide a lot of damage boosts to the whole team. When they're slotted in on Rejuvenating Glow, they get the job done. They have a way better animations, way better playstyle than a lot of other supports on this list. And you can do some very interesting things with their outro skill, where if you build up full Concerto, right, with Spectral Rover, and then the enemy has like a little millimeter left on their stagger bar, when you intro skill into your next teammate, Spectral Rover's time slow will like merge with the break delay and then basically CC the enemy for like 10 seconds or something like that. It might have been a bug that they patched out, but I do recall somebody uploading footage of that.
Hey, over here.
Thanks, Augustin. And somebody uploaded footage of that, and it was one of the most ridiculous things I've ever seen. Like a Tempest Mephis just sitting on the ground for like 10 seconds. Obviously, that's not going to happen in all gameplay. And with Spectral Rover's other benefits, like their S5, maybe it's their S6, maybe it's their S5 that heals and the S6 that grants the damage bonus, but they have a spectral resistance reduction built into their kit at S6 or S5. Assume S6 for 4 stars. I will be assuming S6 for 4 stars. Sorry if I didn't mention that before, but all 4 stars are expected to be S6. Spectral Rover for me is in B because they don't have the right team yet. They don't have the right team yet. What I mean by them not having the right team is that they, in a lot of ways, it could be considered a good team for Jinsei, right? just from the perspective that they can reduce spectral res, they can buff her damage, or they can stop time and let her get off her combos a little bit easier, and they reduce the spectral resistance, right? Then they can do like all of the nice little support echoes as well to augment that. But they don't provide coordinated attacks. And so I see like Kitana over here saying, my favorite team is Shorekeeper, Spectral, Rover, and Jinsei. It's really hard to charge Jinsei's resident skill, right? Or her Forte circuit, if that's the team that you're using. And that to me is the main reason why Spectral Rover just isn't at their full potential yet. They need a Spectro DPS that doesn't rely on coordinated attacks. And then suddenly they become a much more appealing sustainer option. Because you can focus more on their Spectral resistance reduction versus like the outro skill. Versus like the outro skill buffs you see on other sustainers where you get like 15% attribute damage boost. So B tier for me, at least when it comes to the sustainers, are characters that have the potential, but not the team yet. It's not that their kits are bad, it's that their kits haven't realized everything that they can do in actual gameplay, because there just isn't the roster for them. And that's also the reason why I am going to be putting Yohu and Baizha in the B tier. Put Nuvolette at S. Who is Nuvolette, man? I have no idea who that could be. So, the rankings in here, the rankings within the tier don't particularly matter. Actually, I would make these the rankings in the tier. Baizha, then Yohu, then Spectral Rover. But I would say they're all relatively close because they all need different pieces of the pie to be complete. Baizha has an insane amount of potential. The reason why Baizha has an insane amount of potential is, I'm just going to make sure I pop into the game so you guys can have like some relevant... I'm going to pop into the game for a quick second so you guys can have a relevant overview of her sequence notes. Because this is going to be...
Why hesitate if you know what you want?
That's going to be the reason why I can talk about her potential. All right, cool. So, Baizha sequence notes. S6. When you pick up Baizha's feather, right? The one that gives the 15% attack boost to the team. See you later, Swifty. When you pick up the feather that gives the 15% attack boost to the entire team, all of your teammates, all of them on the team, gain a 12% glacial damage boost. In retrospect, right? When you factor this in with a comparison to, let's just say, Verena, right? Baizha will be a better buffer for Glacio teams than Verena. But the problem is, the only team that fully uses this power is one with Ling Yang, and Jeja. And Ling Yang is just... I mean, we're doing a bit of a... Maybe I should like... This is really distracting. Yeah, they need to fix this. They need to fix whatever's going on here. Why is this happening? There's no other way to look at the sequence node. Gosh. What this means is that it's doomed. What this means is that Carlotta. We know Carlotta's Glacio. If Carlotta isn't Glacio, there's a serious problem with Kuro Games' character design. When Carlotta releases as a Glacio, hopefully main DPS that shoots, you know, her ice musket, right? And Jeja hopefully is her best in slot support or best in slot sub DPS. This sequence node suddenly becomes one of the most powerful things in the game because now you become the best Glacio buffer. But obviously we cannot prematurely recognize Baizha's strength because Carlotta isn't out yet, because there hasn't been a limited Glacio DPS. And so once that happens, we're good to go. Then we're going to have Yohu, right? Baizha's going to lead the Mono Glacio team, right? Especially if you have her S6, like I do. And then when you have Shorekeeper's weapon, Baizha easily clears both Maybe not, maybe potentially Shorekeeper, depending on your investment. But Baiji clears Varina for sure. Then you're going to have Yohu, right? One thing you're going to notice about this character, right, is that they heal. Then you look at their sequence nodes, and you're like, wait, do they actually heal? Crit damage, 4 time, 4 stacks, 15%. Crit rate, 15% for 14 seconds. RNG gambling. Attack buffs. Damage bonus doubling. And more RNG. Right? Half of me is convinced that this character is meant to be a joke, where you just like literally roll the dice and then random shit happens on field. But the other half, right, is her clear intentional design as an on-fielder. For somebody that delivers coordinated attacks that deal a shit ton of damage. Right? But the main issue here, right, is that when it comes to the coordinated attackers on the roster, they don't buff her main form of damage, which is her basic attacks. There is no coordinated attacker who buffs basic attacks. And what that means is that this outro buff can only go to characters like Jeja, or Yinlin, or Mortefi, and actually have an impact, but none of them buff her main damage type. So what that means is that this character, you can't leverage anything in their kit currently, with the current roster, unless you're willing to like grief one buff or another. So, Ranter, you raise an interesting point. Havoc, Rover, and Danjin also heal, but no one claims they're sustainers. This is the difference between Havoc or Spectro Rover. Oh, God. This is the difference between Spectro Rover and those two characters that you're listing out here. You raise an interesting point, right? Oh, just because you can heal, right? Okay, S6 is what reduces Spectro. Oh, I think it's his S4. This is continual HP restoration. Every second for 5 seconds. Heals the entire team. This is quite literally, this is a sustainer. This is a support. Once you get this, you are a support, you are a sustainer. You no longer really are a sub DPS at this point. Because Spectral Rover's damage is like okay, right? They do have some stuff that buffs it, but they do have a lot of like team-wide buffing capabilities as well. And if they have the ability to heal and it's long and you know it's a long-lasting heal, Rejuvenating Glow becomes a lot more viable. So, going back to Yohu, right? This character is meant to on-field and deal damage, right? They're supposed to give this outro buff to a sub DPS. That sub DPS starts blasting their coordinated attacks and then is able to buff Yohu, right? So that she can on-field and then actually make use of all of these horribly offensive sequence nodes, right? Like all this 20% attack, crit, all of this stuff, right? But there is no coordinated attacker that buffs basic attacks. So this guy, or this character, they can't do anything in the current meta. But they still heal. They can still apply the buff, but they can't fully utilize their kit. They can only utilize parts of it in different teams. And that makes the end result just very disappointing for every single team that she's in. But it's not like her kit is unsalvageable, right? And completely... Oh, shit. I was like exiting out of that and I thought I would go back to the game. Or I thought I would go back to the tier list. C or D is where you're at the point where your kit is like almost unsalvageable, right? Where it just like can't be used. And there are just clear, better options in every single way. That's what the C and D category is for. B to me is you have strengths, but they're not fully recognized yet because of just the state of the game. Or they're just actually like a really, really mid character. But for all intents and purposes, these characters are mid in the meta, but it's not necessarily their fault. It's the fault of everybody else. Does that make sense for everybody? Any questions on these three characters' ranking? You can use they on Rover because they have multiple gender, but please stop using it on obviously male or female. I'm good on that, proofreader. I will use they in just like, you know, when I'm describing something because I don't want to use the same like general pronoun multiple times. That's a perfectly reasonable way to refer to like a character that you were just talking about. Like, I don't understand where you're coming from there. Like, if I say Yohu is a decent character, they have damage. Like, what? Like, you think there's something wrong with that? I'm just gonna nip that in the bud right there, man. I don't like that's you're ridiculous, man. Sorry, sorry for the people on Twitch. That was a person on YouTube chat. They had some problem with me using the they pronoun as I'm describing character kits. So hopefully they'll, you know, relax. Hopefully they'll relax. Like, that's crazy. Anyways, nice little intermission here. Nice little intermission for that. But yeah, that's the ranking for these three characters. I went for them first because I think they're potentially the most controversial. Because they do have a lot of potential power, but they just can't use it at this point in the game.
Here.
And I do think the stream might be delayed a little bit, so I'll give like a little bit of time for chat. Maybe like 5 or 10 more seconds. Dino, that's the thing, man. Dino just said, isn't it usually the other way around, where one is offended over using the wrong term and not the gender-neutral one? That is entirely correct. Like, it's like, it's... I don't think I've ever been called out for using the word they when referring to a gacha game character. How about this? You guys are making a great argument, in my opinion. Let's use C as the category for when a character isn't reaching their full potential. And let's use D for a completely unsalvageable, broken kit that just doesn't work very well. Let's do that instead. How about that?
Hey, over here.
And because of that, I'm going to be putting Baija in B to more clearly differentiate that even without Glacio teams, she is more viable than these two in the meta. Hey, thank you for that, Schlep. First time chatter. How are we feeling about these rankings now? Because I agree that Baija, you know, Baija is the first character that you get in the game. And she unlocks additional power. This is what I think. Baija can become S with Glacio teams once, hopefully, if Carlotta is Glacio, once Carlotta releases, right? She might be at bottom of S, potentially, or the highest of A, but for right now, she's B. These two, on the other hand, they might jump up to B or A, depending on
over here.
B or A, depending on whether or not the teammates come out that work with them. Now, with that, it's time to address the elephant in the room. It is time to address the elephant in the room. And that is the ranking for Tao Chi. This character is complicated because if we're thinking about the role, right, of a raw sustainer, somebody that will keep your team alive and give you some additional buffs on the side, Tao Chi might technically be the best sustainer in the game. Because when she is fully built, your team is effectively invincible. Right? your team is effectively invincible. And what that means is that you can use Tao Chi, especially in content like holograms, and she is a cheat code, right? If it's highly damaging bosses that maybe don't have as much health or your time limit does not matter, Tao Chi is an S tier character, right? If we're thinking about it, like, if this said holograms next to it, this is where the character is, right? Holograms, S tier character. Can we
Hey,
all agree on that?
Over here.
Sustainers does include shielders, because the idea is that the sustainer is keeping your team alive. Additionally, if you are bad at this game, Tao Chi is also close to S tier, potentially A. That's if you're bad at the game. Because when I think of somebody that's low skill, but high, because there's a subset of the population, right, that's low skill and high investment. That means that they might clear in 2 rotations, but it's hard for them to get there because they're getting hit so much and they're wiping because of that, right? Think about all of my viewers that have an S6 Camellia, but they get interrupted and like the overdrive zone is hard for them, even if they have an S6 Camellia, right? This is where the whole separate tier list thing comes in, because Tao Chi is like a polarizing character. She is potentially in C or D if you have the sweatiest rotations on the planet. You're never getting hit. You don't really even need a
Hey,
healer, but you're
over
playing more for
here.
buffs, right? If you're a god gamer, Tao Chi is probably in D or bottom of C. If I'm being frankly entirely honest, right? That's just how it is. Because she provides strength and she provides utility that you don't need. Right? It's just not necessary. In a game like this, you can always use more damage. More damage is always acceptable. There's not a cap on damage. In this game, there is a cap on healing. There is a cap on sustain. And that cap grows, or that cap gets lower or higher, depending on how bad you are at the game. I think Nicolay's coming in here with a super scripted quick swap rotation for Tao Chi. Ooh, send that to me on Discord if it's like a separate file. We might be able to get a little preview of that. And we might come back to her later at the end of the list. But that's the idea. Is that depending on how good, how bad you are at the game, Tao Chi is a character whose value scales inversely with your character's skill. If you're somebody that is struggling with the game, she's going to do a really, really good job for you. And alternatively, if you're not somebody who struggles with the game, if you're very good at dodging, if you don't have any problems on hologram bosses, she's not going to be that great. But she is one of the only characters that will tank hologram boss hits. Ranter619 said it really good. Really, really good. A 10% heal, like you'll get from Shorekeeper of Arena, right? They don't actually heal that much. 10% heal won't save you when a boss hits you once for 85% of your HP. If you get hit twice, your run is over, right? You have to restart, re-clear. And another factor, right, that we're not thinking about is that the defense stat in Wuthering Waves has no support at all. The defense stat has absolutely no support. Not even a little bit. There's not a single Sonata set that focuses on defense. There are barely any sequence node buffs or party buffs or just like any character buffs in general. Tao Chi might be one of the only ones that buffs defense, to be honest. There's just no support for defense, right? And all of her damage scales off of defense. And what this means is that Tao Chi, in a lot of ways, for a general tier list, is another character that requires a little bit more help. But it's help that you would expect to have in the future, right? Tao Chi with an S5 Discord or an R5 Discord actually has decent rotations, if I'm being frankly honest, right? Let me just pull it up. I'll pull it up right now. My Tao Chi's actually built, by the way, so I'm not like talking out of my ass here. Right? Take a look at this.
Understood. I am here.
We got
to
our Tao.
serve
Like, look at
you.
here. I'm 84 out of 90, right?
Today.
Take a look at this. Discord,
Maybe not.
when it is maxed out, you're gonna straight up get 14 concerto energy. Right? 14 concerto energy. Or I guess like 16, right? When it's maxed out. And this weapon gives an energy regen substat, which is fine. Tao Chi doesn't lose damage from this weapon either, because she scales off defense, right? The dog shit base attack on this thing has literally no impact on her DPS. Alternatively, someone else, Koji-kun, said it really good too. These suck balls on her, right? She gains no benefit from signature weapons. That's crazy when you think about it, right? She scales inversely with these. All she gets is the crit. Half the reason why signature weapons are good is because of their base attack. She doesn't use that, right? And the only other, I think someone else said it, there's one defense scaling weapon in the game, and it's like, it also buffs attack. Some of its power budget is put into its attack buff, right? You want something that just buffs defense and then maybe buffs crit or like buffs damage. You don't want this. This is like it's like the skin on a banana, right? You buy the banana, you don't buy it for this part. You don't buy it for the skin. You buy it for the stuff inside. Mr. Joe Julian is talking about Tao Chi's basics. They scale with attack. Well, that's the thing, man. If you're using Tao Chi's regular basics, you're not really playing her very well. Because her optimal playstyle is as... Okay, I still need to level her skills. I was about to make a video on her next, okay? You see these timed counters? You see this? These are kind of the only moves you should be using in her kit. And as you can see, they all scale off defense. And this move, also one of the only moves you should be using, also scales off defense. And her liberation... Boy, oh boy, you guessed it, scales off defense, right? So you have this character, right? And her strategic parry, her basic attack scales off, her basic attack parry, right? That scales off defense. So this character has quite literally 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 attacks that scale off attack, and then everything else is defense in her kit. Literally everything else, right? And that has no support in this game, right? I guess you have the belt. This is another plus, right? Tao Chi and Yan Wu are the only characters that scale with the Bellborn Geochalon, right? This thing deals damage based off the character's defense. So that's a plus that she has, I guess, if you're using the Bellborn for damage. But that's like the only support that defense has in this game. And I think Baseball Bat Ninja just asked this question. How high is her damage? It's okay. It's nothing to write home about. But the problem with it is that she doesn't have any ways to buff it. The only buffs to defense currently in the game is, I do believe, like... Good God. The only buff to defense in the game is her sequence nodes.
Perfect weather for a walk today.
Yeah, it's her sequence nodes. Those are the only buffs to defense that you're finding. Oh, wait. Is it that? Maybe it's that. I think it's on her inherent skill, actually. Yeah. The character's defense is increased, and then she recovers some stamina. That's kind of useless. She just doesn't have the support to make her usable at the moment. Beyond as, like, a pure sustainer. But once she gets more of just, like, development on the defense side, then that's when you start getting, you know, a lot more of, like, a convincing situation to actually play her, right? Because when you play her with somebody that has Rejuvenating Glow, she's not getting any buzz from that. I think Yanwu might have some buffs as well. But going back to the list, that's why I think for a generalized tier list, I'll get to that in a second, Joji. For a generalized tier list, I don't see a lot of benefit, right, from running Tao Chi in your teams if you're good at the game, right? But Tao Chi just starts gaining spots the worse at the game that you are. And that's what kind of leads me into the idea, right? You should just have a low skill. Why is that showing up like that? Oh my god. Okay, weird. Anyways, you should have a low skill and high tier, or in high skill tier list. Because if we're just going by like middle of the road, this is really where Tao Chi should be, right? If we are using the definition of the average player, like in the eyes of the average player, that means that we have to get people that are on the far end of the spectrum, right? And then also people that are on the other end of the spectrum, right? And we bring them together to get the average, right? That is the definition of average, right? Unless unless all my years of schooling were just complete bullshit, right? That's the definition of average. You take the high end and the low end, all both sides, and you bring them together. Well, that's the thing, Atria, right? That's the I mean, isn't the mean the average? Is that maybe all my years of schooling were wrong? Average is all the players divided by. Oh gosh, now we're getting into a goddamn statistics lesson in chat. All right. There are two ways we can view average here, right? We can view the ranking of the character in the hands of a low skill player, right? And then the ranking of a character in the hands of a high skill player, and then get the average tier between the two, right? Would that be a fair definition, or am I just crazy? Am I just crazy? Because otherwise, the definition of average assumes that you can assign a level of skill to like a subset of players, and then use that level of skill and understanding of game mechanics to like extrapolate a ranking for everybody. But first, you have to make a good definition of what average is. And I think that's a lot harder than kind of taking like an average rank between, like taking the average rank.
Hey, over here.
Or you can do what Baseball Bat is saying, and you can just pull E3 Camellia, and then it doesn't matter who's on your team. You can just run two characters. If you have the moment generating function for player skill, then the first moment is the average. Well, that's the thing, right? To me, it's just, I find it really hard to define what the average player is. Like, is the average player getting hit 2 times every TOA run? Are they getting hit 1 time every rotation? Like, and it's like, based off of like them having, these sort of things in all of their clears. Like, we want to rank, and then it's like, all right, what's the definition of average? And that's another great point that you're bringing up, Seal Hunter. I hope I said your name correctly, because when I said it out loud, that sounded really weird. Yeah, you said, I guess it's fair. I guess, to be fair, people who cancel at all would be above average. Maybe judge it around their use of canceling. That's an interesting definition. That's the thing, right? Average encapsulates so many different things. And I'm coming in with the viewpoint of, if you're at low skill, you have a different tier list than somebody at high skill. And so taking the average between those two ranks to, I guess, better represent a population is something that we're discussing. And now we're turning this into man, my viewers are smart. Maybe my viewers are smarter than me. Coming in here with like all of these like theoretical analyses. Holy shit. Gosh, I'm out. I guess I can't make brain rot content after all. Oh boy. All right. Discussion. The discussion has been had. For my definition of average, I'm going to first outline what the rankings are for somebody at low skill, with low understanding of the game, with low use of game mechanics, that, you know, plays Jinsei, gets great results, but when they start playing other characters, their results aren't as good. Right? That'll be my definition of low skill. High skill is somebody that can play Chang Li, right? And use all of her cancels, right? And dodges a lot of attacks, right? And has increased concerto generation relative to other players because they're dodging more, and dodging gives concerto. And then the average ranking, which is what we're going to be putting on here, is the average between the two on both sides. And because of that definition, because I've gone through all that explanation, I'm putting Tao Chi in B tier. Are we good with that? Atria, why are you saying Tao Chi should still be D after that explanation? When we're factoring in how she's A or potentially S in the hands of a very low skill player. You think the average... Well, this is the thing. Now we're getting into the definition of the average player. When I say it's a lot easier to get the definition of somebody that's good at the game, high skill, and somebody that's awful at the game and low skill. And I think a majority of players are actually in the low skill category. Why would a low skill player be good at Tao Chi? Well, that's the thing. You can be very bad at actually rotating and playing Tao Chi, and you'll get a lot out of her. You'll get more mileage out of her in endgame, whatever tower content, than you will probably most other supports. Well, Peter, based off of that alone, I'm not sure if I can. I'm not sure if I can mod you now, man. All right. I guess based off of that discussion, and I guess to avoid any more controversy regarding this character, let's put her at top of C for now. Let's think about it this way when I'm putting her at top of C. She is more useful in more content in the game than these two. I think that Tao Chi, if you're actually trying to find use cases for her, she is better than Spectro Rover and Yohu at this point in the game. Right? And even if you're a high skill player, I think she is at minimum somewhere in C. And if we want to weight her performance as for low skilled players more, we could put her in B, right? But top of C, cusp of B is where we're going to go with this. Okay, thank God. We've reached some level of consensus. Okay, great. Now, for the last piece of the pie. Oh gosh, this character. This character is so confusing. It's so hard to place her. I think edge of B. John Shin is edge of B. If she's S6, if John Shin is S6, she's S. Right? If you have 6 of her, if you have 7 copies of her, she's S. Because at S6, this character is insane. But before that, maybe at S1, at S0 or S1, she's definitely better. I think she's in B. because Janshin is a support, is a sustainer, because she will heal, she will shield, and she groups at the same time, but she has some kind of annoying field time requirements. They're a little bit annoying. They're not the best, right? But this is where the whole idea of rotations come in, right? If you're a lower skilled player who doesn't have the crispiest rotations, right? Who kind of takes a while to get through the stuff, you get hit a couple of times, and you don't do everything that well, right? Janshin will actually be pretty good because her increased time in her rotation isn't really going to hurt somebody that's making a ton of mistakes in the first place, right? And she gives some pretty fat buffs. She also counters. You can literally hold it, you can get hit, and then she'll block an attack. She's got some interesting stuff. She's got one of the better buffs in the game, and her shield is at high level. It's massive, right? And I think Nick SM said it best, right? Field time doesn't matter at high investment because you deal big PP damage. If you have a 75, 275 Zhang Liao, and you pair him with Zhang Jin, I'm going to be honest, you're still going to blow up content, and that might actually be a great combo for certain floors in the overdrive zone, like that right side in the overdrive zone. I think you could get a little bit more mileage out of Zhang Jin. She also has a lot of use cases as a solo one, like the first 1 to 3 floors clearing. And I'm gonna be honest, guys. I do think she is more useful than these 3 because of the fact that she has built-in grouping. She's more useful than these 3, but her buffs aren't as universal. The reason why I'm hesitating to put her in A is the fact that she, in a lot of ways, loses some synergy with a lot of teams. I don't think she's as flexible as I wish she could be. Not as flexible as I wish that she could be, because her outro skill buff only applies to one character. It also expires on character switch, so her playing, some sort of like quick swap playstyle is like, it feels kind of booty. Like, she has no use cases in quick swap because her outro skill buff is like kind of a disaster in that kind of content. She's also, again, her field time requirements are longer or clunkier or just don't feel as good compared to others.
For a magic trick?
Oh, Kydro TV, thank you for the raid. I see a lot of Zani S tiers. Hello, everybody. Hello, everybody. Thank you, thank you, thank you. We're currently doing our own tier list, and I'm taking a hot minute. But I think we're having some great discussions here, and as far as I'm concerned, chat is agreeing with me. So hopefully all of you raiders will as well. With that, thank you, Kydro, man. I appreciate it. I need to get on the raids now that I'm streaming on Twitch and get a couple more people and, be able to support a couple more people. But unfortunately, Zanny, he isn't released yet. Maybe we can do a design tier list later. But with that, hey, YouTube folks, we just got a raid on Twitch. And you might see some of those people showing up in the chat. Awesome, man. Thank you, Kydro. Appreciate it, dog. Anyways, going back to the tier list. Janshin.
Hey, over here.
Janshin, right on the tier list. The situation that we're looking at here for this character is they do have a lot more limited use cases.
Would you look at that? Easy money.
They do have a lot more limited use cases. And because of that, my viewpoint on it is she's not as flexible as a character like Baizha. I think just based off the flexibility and the team comps alone, Baizha's a little bit better. I can use Baizha in more teams. I can use Baizha with specific characters a lot better. And this outro skill buff plus the clunkiness on her forte, a little bit annoying. Oh, somebody just subscribed? Or did somebody just give some... Thank you, Orange, for that gifted sub to Kydro. Appreciate it, man. Thank you, thank you,
Hey,
thank you. Oh, and thank
over
you for
here.
subscribing as well, man. Ranter619 says, I have to say that bunching up enemies in the same place makes it so much easier to dodge.
Hey, over here.
When you're against enemies that can be grouped. And if that's the case, grouping CCs enemies as well. It just CCs them completely. And they can't really do attacks anyways.
Hey, over here.
Alright, maybe I turn off my alerts for now. Sorry, guys. I guess while we're going through the tier list, there are just too many people following. Which normally shouldn't be a problem, but I think it's like, it's getting into the... I think it's getting into the actual analysis of the... Oh, I think it's getting into the actual breakdown of the tier list. We won't be hearing from Alto anymore. So yeah. Let me know what you guys think of that Janshin reasoning. Do we want her in A, or do we think that she should stay in B? And while we're talking about that, I am going to actually turn the alerts back on, but see if I can just turn off the volume on them instead.
Hey, over here.
B for now. Let's think about it after the final list. B for now. I am seeing a lot of A's, though. So, A's, A people. Oh, wait, did 3 people just subscribe? Oh, gosh. Chucho, thank you for the sub. Calix, thank you for the sub. And Pedro Costa 03, thank you for the sub. All with Prime, thank you, Jeff Bezos. Last of all.
Hey, over here.
All right, I am going to be looking into the alert volume in just a second, guys. But yeah, we're looking at top of B. We're looking at A. Top A, low B. So, this means, are we liking Baija better than Janshin, or is Janshin better than Baija?
Hey,
He's better than
over
Baija,
here.
but not A.
Well, would you look at that? Easy money.
Thank you for that sub, Spider, SSB. Baija's better. Janshin is better than Baija. Well, this is the thing, guys. Let's just say they're in the same spot. That's the thing, guys. We are trying to decide which character is better than the other when they provide very different things to their teams. Baija resurrects. Baija has better damage buffs that are, or not better, but more universal damage buffs. Oh, I think that's a gifted sub. Thank God the alerts were on for that. Thank you, Kurt Lag,
Hey, over
for that
here.
gifted sub. Appreciate it, man. And for starting the hype train. Janshin groups. But guys, let's think about it this way. What if I'm playing Yang Yang on Janshin's team? How good is Janshin now? Not that good anymore, right? Because I've already solved my grouping problem. Yang Yang group is smaller. It's still pretty big, man. It still covers a lot, but I will agree that it's smaller. Janshin is way hotter. This not the question, but I do respect it. Oh gosh. All right. How about for now, guys? How about for now? We sit on the fence here, and we simply just say that these two characters are in pretty much the same exact spot.
Hey! Over here!
Pretty much the same spot in B, right?
Hey! Over here!
So let's move on to the next two. Is there any questions about this? Can we move on to our next tier list?
Hey! Over here!
I'll do a bit of a quick explanation between these two and why I do believe that they are in similar spots. Because we might as well talk about the difference between Shorekeeper and Verena. These two characters are the best in-slot sustainers. They have some of the best concerto generation across sustainers, and they have the best buffs across sustainers. The only thing is that both of them have different strengths that make them excel on different team comps. The difference between these two isn't necessarily their power level, it's the teams that they support. Because Shorekeeper is a lot better for some teams, while Verena is better for others. Verena has coordinated attacks, Shorekeeper doesn't. Let's do a bit of like a delineation between the two. So, Shorekeeper is really good, really good in hyper carry. And I think someone said, Ranter619 said, I think SK is lower because she's somewhat harder to play. I don't think that's necessarily true, but I'll also follow that up with Shorekeeper supports teams, sustains teams that are a lot easier to play than Verena's optimal teams. Verena's optimal teams are a lot harder to play than Shorekeeper's, but they can both be used suboptimally on the other sustainer's optimal team. For example, a Shorekeeper Biz team is Gian, Mortifi, and her. Oh dear, oh my, oh my. Dino! Again, my 5 more, man. I appreciate it so much, man. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Level 3 is now complete. All right, Holy Oiler. Which truer words have never been said. So with that, Shorekeeper is the best in slot hyper carry sustainer. And hyper carry teams are a lot easier to play. And what that means is that dual DPS is where Verena has a lot more potential. Shorekeeper's buffs are undoubtedly better. And guys, this is also a really important distinction that I wanted to make, right? Really important one. Guys, if you are lower investment, this is the new tier list. Okay, guys? Do you guys understand this? If you are lower investment, Shorekeeper is genuinely better than Verena. Investment means that maybe your crit ratio, right, is like 60-40. Somebody said it really good in the Twitch chat. Haymakered by Set. Why did I read your fucking name, bro? Why did I read your name? Haymakered by Set said, she can fix your characters. Shorekeeper's buffs are so good and so strong that, yes, she can fix your characters. You can have really, really badly built or not as well built DPSs, right? And that could get you from a 2-minute, 10-second clear to a 2-minute clear, right? A 150-minute clear. And that push, even on like dual DPS teams, right? Or teams where Verena might be more viable, right? That push might be what takes you there just from having more consistent damage output. Arium said, my SK made my Zhongli go from dog water to clearing TOA last floor in time, right? That's the kind of difference that her buffs can make. If your crit ratio's cooked, you're cooked. Shorekeeper will help your clunky crit ratios. From Astray, that's correct. But, right? Once we get to turbo investment, right? I'm talking like you're hitting like 300% crit damage. You're going into the tower and you're speed running in 30 seconds. These are the new rankings. Oh dear. Orange Bang. Another gifted sub. Appreciate it again, man. I am gaining my Oilers. And it's a beautiful thing to see. So, do you guys understand this part? Where if you're turbo invested, right, with absurd damage numbers, absurd crit damage already, without your sustainers even being counted in, this is when Verena's much faster rotation time and much faster access to buffs is what is allowing her to kind of claim that top spot. Do you guys get that? And Anand, I do see your whole point about Shorekeeper's S2. We're not getting into the sequence node calculations for now. The reason for that is the fact that some sequence nodes like Shorekeeper's S2, they just completely like change the game in terms of like what these rankings are. Shorekeeper at S2 is absolutely like just the best thing that you can have in the support category. And even if you're like, it just doesn't really get that much. All right, let me set this to. Sorry guys, I'm adjusting my volumes on the alerts so that we don't. I think I'm gonna start hearing that I'm gonna start hearing Alto in my dreams, and I think it would help if he wasn't as loud. So let me get those going, drop a couple of those down, and we can move forward from there. My apologies. I was going insane. I was actually going insane on the side. Holy crap. All right. All right, I got the right windows open again. Do I have the right windows open again? I do. All right, so back to the tier list. Do we understand the whole turbo investment thing? Are we good to move on? We're just gonna default back to the normal rankings and move forward from there. So, this is what we're looking like in sustain.
Hey, over here.
My mindset is there could definitely be somebody that could go into A. We could theoretically bump up all of these characters up one rank. But for now, I think that these two have like just enough clunkiness in their kits to not feel good enough for A. For Janshin and Baizha. Dark Tenki says, I barely clear TOA on time these days, 7 seconds left. What would S2 Shorekeeper with variation put me at? Bro, you'd probably save like 30 seconds, if I'm frankly being honest. I would see an S2 Shorekeeper with variation would probably save you 30 seconds. That might be a crazy assumption, but that's what I think. 30 seconds, if not more. Because 40% attack, that's a lot of attack. But then again, this is a no sequence node. No crazy dollar investment. You can count a weapon in here. Perhaps a signature or two, but most DPS signatures are pretty comparable. So, maybe for the sake of everybody looking a little bit better, we can also do this. Because I genuinely don't think there are any characters in the support category that are like actually this bad. Like actually so bad to the point where they need to be put into C or D. If we don't have anything in A. But we don't really have the A tier character yet. Not really the A tier character yet, in my opinion. These two just feel and have buffs that are just miles ahead of what we're seeing in here. Does an S6 Yanwu count as a sustainer? I mean... Well, this is the thing with Yanwu. Yanwu has a 10-second shield. 10 seconds is not really long enough for a shield to work for your entire team. That's why I don't think that he counts as a sustainer. 10 seconds is, like, if you go Yanwu to your sub DPS, to your main DPS, brother man, your shield is gone by the time you're playing your main DPS. It's not there anymore. "10 seconds is longer than the Jinsei rotation." Chucho, you're not factoring in the sub DPS. Like, if you're playing Yanwu as a healer or a sustainer, the idea is that you're pairing 2 other teammates with him. And one of those isn't also going to be a sustainer. And so he, to me, falls under the sub DPS or on Pridwin hybrid category. All right. Nice. So, that is what our final tier list is going to be looking like for our sustainers. I guess we'll just put Yanwu on here because somebody mentioned him. But if you're using him as a sustainer with 2 other characters on your team that are a sub DPS and a DPS, this is gonna suck. You're probably gonna get wiped. He's more of a sub DPS with defensive potential. Tao Chi shield, though, that lasts quite a while. It's pretty beefy, and she gives DR buffs that also last a while. She can solo sustain your team. Yanwu, I don't believe in his solo sustainability. Alright, cool guys. So, we're looking pretty good on this. Let's move on to what's probably going to be the most controversial category on this list. And that, my friends, is the hybrid sub DPS outro. And I think right off the bat, it's probably a great idea for me to first define what those characters are actually going to be. And one thing you're going to notice across these tier lists is that I'm not going to be afraid to put people in multiple categories. Because, like I mentioned in my previous Pridewin vid, right? One of the beautiful things about this game is the potential to mix and match, especially as characters get their sequence nodes. And so because of that, we might be putting a couple of standard characters on this list, even though none of them are really sub DPSs. Hey, good night, Kurt. Thanks for the gifted subs, man. I appreciate it. Oh gosh, this is gonna be quite a banger. There are a lot of sub DPS characters in this game. Holy moly! Oh my god! Ah, she's not released yet, and we don't really know how her kit's gonna work in teams. Okay. Guys, did I cover everybody? Like, all of the potentials? I think I did, right? We'll keep him here just in case. Ah, right. Oh, yeah, I guess she's at the bottom right here. She's not showing up at the end. She's not showing up at the end over here, unfortunately. But maybe I'll put her right here. This is probably a better spot for her, and then leave these guys as for fun. So, we need the rover dividers. You're right. The rover dividers. That is why I have the rover divider. Right. Okay. Perfect. Perfect.
Hey, over here.
There we go. It was perfect, but now it's not. Oh god. So, you might be having a couple of questions about this. Don't worry, I'm going to answer them. right here at the bottom, right before we start actually ranking things, this is my list of all of the actual potential sub DPS characters in this game. Going by the definition that they either have some buffing capability or their outro skill directly does the buffing. And the difference is that between this category and sustainers is the fact that sustainers quite literally have things built into their kit that keeps your team alive. And that's the selling point of a sustainer. While a buffer focuses less on the keeping alive piece and more on the buffing. And obviously, there's going to be a character like John Shin in here that is a little bit more confusing. Holy crap. How delayed is my stream? Type 1 if you're hearing this right now. Type 1 if you're hearing this right now. Okay. I'm just gonna stop looking at my OBS because it looks like I'm 20 seconds in the past. But you guys are all here. Sorry about that. You guys are all here. You guys are all here. We're good. My OBS, like one of my things, my restream that I'm using to go to multiple platforms is like 30 seconds behind. So I'm just like, am I talking to like? Okay, we're good. All right, we'll focus on chat then. Perfect. So, with that differentiation, I'm gonna start talking about some of the. Well, maybe if there is a delay, then we're gonna start seeing some ones later. So I'll try to make sure that I'm reading chat, but like not reading chat too much. I want to make sure I'm not reading chat too much. Otherwise, we're gonna have like literally like people from different times trying to converse with each other. So, the characters that I would put at the bottom of the list when it comes to sub DPS is through the sheer fact that they have something lacking, either on the buffing end or on the damage end compared to pretty much every single other character on the list. And after having had the time to experiment and actually use some of these characters in content, there are a lot of options that I feel like haven't gotten their time in the sun. And let's do remember that one of the big things about my tier list and how I'm going to be judging these characters is how they compare to other options. My face is freezing. I don't think it should be. Looks like it's moving on my end. It might just be my might just be some of my other stuff. All right, perfect. So, with that in mind, there really aren't that many characters in the sub DPS category that actually belong in something like D or C. And so with that, we're not going to do Alto yet. I'm going to be putting Spectral Rover as a sub DPS, as an outro buffer. I'm actually going to be the first person that puts them in C. This is based off of the fact that I believe that their skill set and the things that they bring to the table are far more focused on actually keeping your team alive, and far less focused on all of these other things. Right? They have the time slow. That doesn't buff your damage. It's really not that good for buffing damage. It's good for keeping your team alive. And their overall damage contribution isn't high enough to warrant them having no buffing capability.
Hey, over here.
Through that, I don't think there's that much to talk about because we've already covered them. They have their outro skill. It doesn't deal damage. They don't have a lot of external buffs. And the only other attribute that they can buff is Spectro. Right? And so, hey guys, who else is Spectro in this game? Ah, we have one DPS character that does it, and the rest are supports who don't really do damage. I guess Shorekeeper kind of does. But that's besides the point. As a pure sub DPS character, I don't really think they're that good. I think they're probably the worst if you're trying to, like, build a team around them and make use of all their strengths. Next up, we're getting into the B tier. And when I think about the B tier, and I'm thinking about the definition of B tier, let me see if I can refresh my restream, guys. Stream delay fix. Give me 1 second. I think this delay is really making it kind of hard to, like, is making it a little bit difficult.
Here.
Ugh. Yeah, I don't think we can do anything about that. So, the next category that we're going to be looking at now is B. And when it comes to here, the B characters are going to be ones that don't necessarily have the best of both worlds. And the both worlds that I was describing before were your ability to deal damage and your ability to buff. Spectral Rover is in C because they don't deal that much damage as a sub DPS, and they don't really buff that much either. And that's why they're at the bottom of the list for me in this category. Moving on to B, these are going to be characters that are really good at one of those things to the point where they're usable. And that's why one of the first characters that I'm going to be putting in here is, crazily enough, Chisha. Because Chisha has a decent amount of damage that she actually brings to the table, but she isn't somebody that, you know, can't buff either. She has a buff on her S6. And if we're looking at these characters from an S6 perspective, let me just pop on over to my game so you guys can take a look at it. There might be some people in the population that have no idea how this works. That's not the right one. That's not the right one. Where's my tier list? Boom. All right, we got our Chisha here, right?
Over here.
Did any of you guys know that this is in her kit? When you use, like, that final shot in her resonance skill, which is kind of like what you end your rotations with, you buff all of your teammates' basic attack damage by 25%. And so that means that this character, they can have a pretty decent contribution to, like, the double DPS side. You can attempt running a double DPS composition with Camellia and Chisha, right? Let's say you're doing your double intro on Chisha, and you're kind of, like, swapping between the two. You're getting off some of Chisha's big shots. Booms. Decent buff. Obviously not as good as Sanhwa's, but, guys, hopefully I won't get flamed for this. Hopefully Pride won't flame me for this, but I think Chisha's personal damage is higher than Sanhwa's. Can we agree on that? But her concerto efficiency, right, isn't as good. She doesn't get these buffs as fast. But Chisha does do more damage than Sanhwa. I think I'm seeing most people agree with that fact. Granter, in this situation, let's just say a buffer, they could be using their elemental set, but if they're focused primarily on buffing, they're going to put on Moonlit Clouds. Right? And then let's just imagine, right, that Chisha also has the standard weapon equipped. I think I saw that in chat. Wow! Now they're giving a 10% buff, too, to the next Resonator? Interesting. Interesting stuff. Is Chisha stronger than Sanhwa and Moonlit? No. Moonlit Clouds, this Echo set over here, right? This is the one that we're trying to look at, Moonlit Clouds. Moonlit Clouds scales with your ability to get outro skills, right? Because upon using it, you get this buff. And so the thing is that you can, the faster you're able to generate outro skills, the more you're getting from here. Oh, jeez. Hopefully these delays aren't too bad. A lot of stuff is showing up, so I might be a little bit slow to respond to chat. My apologies, guys. Another thing is that Chisha is, like, kind of simple to play, right? Chisha's kind of simple to play from the perspective of all you have to do is really, like, go in, get this ability off, fill up her outro skill, right, by getting as much concerto as possible, and then just swapping around and having some fun, right? That works. That'll get you to where you need to go and what you need to do. She does a lot of damage, but like I mentioned, right? Chisha's concerto just isn't at the speed of other characters. And the end result is that you don't get a lot of mileage out of her, and she has a lot of specificity in how she works. So we're putting her in B because she's not really meant to be here. She has one of the best damages out of all the sub DPSs, but at the end of the day, that buffing capability is where she kind of has some downsides. That's the thing, Square. She gets her concerto with evasions.
Hey, over here.
What if the boss just isn't attacking at that point in time when she's at that point in the rotation? She takes a lot longer, and as a result, not really that good in most teams. But she has some interesting dual DPS composition capability, especially at S6. Juno Mark, we will be making a video out of this. Next up, in the sub DPS category, I am going to be putting in... Let me see here. Yanwu. The reason why I'm putting Yanwu in B is because
over here.
He sort of does damage. He sort of does. It's not like his damage is non-existent. It's very consistent, and it's very easy to land. And he provides utility in a way that is a little bit understated. Breaking vibration strength faster is really, really good. Because that means that when the enemy, you're going to break the enemy faster, right? And breaking the enemy means that they're in their broken state, and they're going to be much more exposed to damage and take a lot more. The end result is that he will increase your team's damage. He will increase your team's damage simply based off of the fact that they're broken. And having that come up more often, especially against certain enemies, right, that are a little annoying when they're in the air, is a huge benefit. And a huge thing that you should keep in mind. Then he also has coordinated attacks, which are, you know, a little bit specific for certain characters, and are, you know, and is something that a lot of them can use, right? Specifically Jinsei, and, you know, in a sense, Yohu, right? That synergy that you also have to factor in. Yanwu has the downside of, like, really kind of dog shit concerto energy. At least in my opinion. His first rotation is always like, it takes forever to get a full meter. And as a result, it's just like, you don't have that same level of fluidity that you feel like you have with other characters. His concerto feels kind of weird. It's like oddly bad. What do you guys think of that? What do you guys think of that take? Because I've used him a decent amount. And the concerto piece is what kind of feels like almost the worst to me. But you also have to factor in that he gets coordinated attacks with nothing. All he does is he casts a resonance skill. And he has his coordinated attacks. They're good to go. But building up his concerto is like a piece of shit. It's one of the worst things on the planet. At least in my opinion. And that to me is why he's in B tier. Is that he has a lot of good stuff in his kit that actually really helps you a lot, but his concerto efficiency just feels so bad and unwieldy that to a degree, it almost feels like you should have the concerto weapon on him for him to be usable. But then you're sacrificing his damage, right? Because you could put the defense gauntlets on him. So I think bottom of, you know, potentially you could swap these two around. It works, right? He has fast coordinated attack uptime and fast time to damage, but activating his outro skill buff
over here
is a pain in the ass. And it isn't as good as nearly, most of the other characters on this list. He might be the slowest sub DPS in the game. I will say, though, because of that, he potentially goes to A if you are really bad at this game. If you are really bad at this game, there is a chance that he goes to A because of the shield that he provides and the interruption resistance. He is made to give you a get out of jail free card for getting hit. Yanwu scales off defense. That's why you might want it on him. I think, yeah, guys, if you're on YouTube and you're finding that the stream is like kind of crappy or, stuff is like freezing, do give the Twitch link a try. Let me see if I can grab it. Do give the Twitch link a try and you might find out that the quality is better. The whole multi-streaming thing is a little bit unfortunate. I guess it is causing some delays. So I'll just drop a link to the Twitch just in case if you want like a better, smoother viewing experience. So yeah, he has a get out of jail free card, his S4, gigantic shield, he gives the hyper armor. He's good for like mitigating problems. But if you don't have the problems in the first place, it's not that good.
Hey, over here.
So we'll keep him in B for now, just, thinking about it in terms of like average rankings across skill levels.
Hey,
and move on from there.
Hey, over here.
And I guess now that we're hearing a bit of Alto, I think we might as well rank Alto. This also means that this is all the characters that I want to put in the B category. I don't want to put any more characters in the B category. You know what that means, right? It's A for Alto. Guys, this character is like actually pretty good. I have taken the time to fully build him and use him on teams, and he's actually pretty good. He has so many interesting things in his kit that give him an edge over other sub DPS characters. And you might think that I'm griefing, right? You might think that I don't know what I'm talking about. But I have played this character and I have gotten better clears with my Gion team. I got a 40-something second clear on Scar with Alto. And it took longer for me to do it with Mortifi. And you want to know what? I am a resident expert on the matter. I know what I am talking about. You want to know why? Because this is... Look, he's on my baseline overall. Nice. This is what my Alto looks like at full build. Okay? This is what my Alto looks like at full build. He has better stats than half of your main DPS characters. And obviously, that might be something that's playing into his results. But he is incredibly strong. Incredibly strong. And you want to see the skill tree? I'll show you the skill tree, right? Obviously, there's a lot of investment here. But he's 85 out of 90. That like kind of takes it down a little bit. We got some level 7 stuff. Don't level his ultimate because it scales like shit. I guess 30% is decent, right? But the idea is that this character actually has some of the fastest concerto energy in the game. Let me just show you guys. I'll just show you guys. People are like I was actually shocked because nobody listed Alto's concerto as a big benefit to him, right? When they were talking about him, when they were, speaking about his gameplay or even judging him at all, right? I'll show you guys. I'll prove it live. I'll prove it live, right? Hey, okay, perfect. I do want to use Shorekeeper, though. So, we all saw yesterday, I know how to play this game. Or, shit. Maybe we do the fallacy real quick. There we go. So we can keep using Shorekeeper. So, this is the thing. You guys want to see it? Let's see it. And that's the thing, Atria. That's the problem.
Stay sharp.
is that Alto is kind of only good with Gian. So this is just us on Shorekeeper, right?
Fine graft you knew.
We're doing a quick little demo.
Count me in. Hey, over here. Hey, here.
Guys, look how much Concerto I have already. I cast my ultimate too.
Time.
Look how much I got. And then look at this. It's filled.
You're wide open.
That's it. In basically 6 seconds, you get a full Concerto bar with this character.
Don't you worry.
A full Concerto bar with this character.
Don't you worry.
In 6 seconds. And the idea is that, you know, you gotta cast 2 resonant skills, but you can also do some quick swap stuff too, right? You go like this, and then you kind of like dash through, and then you're on Shorekeeper now. And then this thing has such a short cooldown that you're just like constantly able to use it. Right? And we can get into like the full rotation, the full team rotation later, right? But this... Is that the alerts are in the game? I think that one was actually in the game, or it could have been a combination of the two. But there's a reason why I feel like this character has had one of like the bigger glow-ups in a sense. It's because he's actually good. He has a taunt, right? His taunt quite literally will draw the aggro of the boss, and it will, in some cases, do the equivalent of grouping. Why do you do grouping? You do grouping because you want the enemies to be easier to hit so you can deal damage to all of them, right? Alto will CC a boss. A taunt is a CC. Alto has the only CC in the game that works on boss enemies. The only character in the game with CC that works on boss enemies. And he will cause them to miss all of their attacks. They will stay in one spot. They'll like turn around, right, in the tower to go face the other direction that you came from. And then you can just wail on them with your DPS from behind. It's so good to the point where like enemies, right, that are typically just annoying as shit will stop some of the movement patterns that make them a complete ass to deal with, right? And the end result is just one of the most complete characters from the perspective of he boosts my damage by removing RNG from the boss's moveset. He provides pretty decent buffs. His 23% arrow damage is great for Gian because, you know, it's not as great as Mortife's, right? But it works on Gian's resonant skill. And he generates Concerto incredibly fast when he's at high sequence nodes. Specifically, after you get like his S3 or 4 or something, he starts generating it extremely fast. And the end result is that you just have this DPS, right? Who at S6, unfortunately, doesn't grant the same level of buffing as other characters because he doesn't give the 20% attack, but he gives 8% crit rate. Right? He gives 8% crit rate instead. So you can, let me just show that out. Let me just show that out for you guys too, because I don't think a lot of people know about this part. I don't think a lot of people know about this part. Alto, when he is at S6, any attack that goes through his wind gate that he summons on his liberation will gain a 8% crit rate buff on it. And so theoretically, if you're playing this character with Shorekeeper, and you maybe like pump him up with ER, where is he? Where is this guy? And you pump him up with ER, your crit rate's going to be increased by 8. And with Shorekeeper, you're at 20.5%. That's a lot of crit rate. At least in my opinion, that's a lot of crit rate. You're going to get a lot of mileage out of that. So, just pretend that this part about his heavy attacks doesn't exist, because his heavy attacks are pretty much complete trash. I run him on full Moonlit. I have a great time with his rotations and a great time with his teams. I personally think that his additional utility is a DPS increase. Alto is the biggest example of a sheet versus actual performance in-game character. he might not have the sheet calculations as, and the Excel performance as some of the other characters on the roster, but his actual results in game are far better than anything that an Excel spreadsheet will tell you. And the people that are telling you otherwise simply have not used him enough. And Ranter619 also brings up another good point. Easy to play isn't factored into the Excel spreadsheet. Alto makes every person on his team easier to play. That's a big plus to me. Really big plus to me. And that's something to me, when you factor in all of his other buffs, his extremely fast concerto generation, that to me warrants an A. But he's not going to be as high an A as other characters.
Hey, over here.
Any complaints about Alto? And I will be pulling the tier list back up. Any complaints about Alto? I know this is like a bit of a spicy take. But after using him, after comparing him to Mortefi, comparing him to other sub-DPS characters, there's a reason why I keep slotting him on my teams. There's a reason why I keep using him in my TOA clears over Mortefi. And guys, I don't know if you've played Mortefi. I don't know if you've played Alto. But when you put the two side by side in terms of like actual button presses and like smoothness of gameplay, Alto feels a lot better. And I'm gonna be honest, I think Alto's a lot more fun too. I think he's a lot more fun. It's really fun moving at like light speed and like dipping around and stuff. It's a lot more fun than playing Mortefi as well. Perfect. So, I have tried him on a hyper carry. The problem is that the time that I tried him on the hyper carry was on the time that the fallacy was upward TBC. Bro, you gotta base your tier list on something clear. Like for what? Is a tier list for for TOA? Because if Alto is A, then every limited character is tier S. I do think every limited sub DPS character is a tier S. How is that a problem? Are you telling me that if I put every limited sub DPS into tier S, that would be a problem? Because if you are, then I will just say you're wrong, upward TBC. I think that being a problem is incorrect because that is the truth. I don't see how every limited character isn't an S. How is that weird? Is that like, does that seem weird to you? I think it's a very reasonable thing to say. I think when you start getting into these little delineations between tiers, you're just like creating points that don't need to be there, right? Maybe let's just get it out of the way. Let's just get it out of the way, guys. Let's just get it out of the way. Boom, boom, boom. All right. If you don't like this, then I guess I'm wrong. All right, upward. You are taking leaps in logic based off of things that I'm not saying, and you're not making any sense either. Because we're clearly on the sub DPS tier list, and now you are just talking about every limited character. So I guess your words have lost value, my friend, and we can just move on from here. Perfect. So I guess we'll just be putting them back down for now to clean up the list a little bit. I'm putting Alto in as an A because first of all, we're factoring in. Sorry. Okay. So I guess Upward had no idea that this was for a sub DPS. Sorry about that. Yeah, I put it in the title over here. It looks like you got some clarification. Yeah. Maybe the whole Chisha thing got you confused, but this is for only sub DPS characters or those that have a buffing outro. All right. Next up in A tier, we're going to be putting Yang Yang a little bit above Alto. Reasons for that is because this character with setup You do her heavy attack and skill before you intro in on her. If you do Yang Yang's heavy attack and her skill before you activate her intro, she has quite literally one of the most disgustingly fast concerto rotations in the game. She will intro in off of your sustainer, come in through the air. You're going to use her enhanced attack, directly come to the ground, and then liberation and your full concerto. That is the character's rotation. You spend 1 second on it prior to her intro skill, you intro skill, and then the rest of her concerto is completely free. It is almost immediate with like a 0.3 second delay. With proper setup, I do believe she is faster than Sanhua. With proper setup, I do believe she's faster because she doesn't have to do her negative edging to get to her outro skill. She just literally rolls her face on her keyboard after introing in, and you're good to go. Silver asks, do you think Alto's clone is enough to put him in the sustain list? Unfortunately, no. No. It's a bit like Yanwu's shield, Alto's clone, because it doesn't last forever. Bosses will lose aggro eventually. Yeah. And the other thing is, guys, this is at S6 as well, right? The reason why Alto's at the bottom of A is because he doesn't have buffs that are as good as Yang Yang's. At least on the sequence node side. Yang Yang at S6 grants a 20% attack boost to the entire team after you use her air attack. Yeah, Deja Vu's coming in. He's talking about Alto's. Alto has some of the best personal damage out of all the characters on this list. Yang Yang's personal damage is much more AoE focused. And guys, I don't know how many of you guys struggled on the Tower of Abyss floor, or Tower of Adversity floor. Sorry, my bad, Freudian slip. Tower of Adversity floor, that was like a bunch of enemies and then the Fallacy of No Return. You guys remember that one? It was like a bunch of like little shitty ads and then the Fallacy of No Return as a second wave. Yang Yang was strong enough to immediately clear all the small ads with just a baseline combo at like level 85 for me. That is how strong her personal damage is, especially in like AoE tower-based content. She absolutely will demolish the first wave or get them really close. So by the time your DPS enters the field, she's going to destroy stuff, right? And the thing is that Yang Yang is a battery, right? And because Yang Yang is a battery, there are some characters that she scales a lot better with than others. Because we have to think about it this way. If there's a character who theoretically has a really short liberation cooldown, right? And gains a lot from using their liberation, but can't really cast their liberation on end because it's hard to get the energy back, Yang Yang has a ton of potential. One of my favorite Yang Yang teams is running her with Jian. Okay, let me do a quick little thing. Maybe I can pull it up and that'll help. 1 second, guys. All right, cool. So, one thing that I just want to point out for you guys, right? And this is about Yang Yang's future potential as a character.
The battlefield is dynamic.
Is the fact that she, even on his sequence notes, is the fact that Jian, for example, right? Jian's liberation lasts for 10 whole seconds, right? And then the cooldown is 16 seconds. Yang Yang helps out Jian if he's trying to spam his ultimate as much as possible. Because he literally has 6 seconds of downtime between liberations. But you always end up with his liberation off cooldown, right? Because your team's rotation takes longer than 6 seconds. You can't actually utilize the uptime on this. Yang Yang, hypothetically, is a character that can get Jian ulting or liberating, right? A lot more. And using more liberations, but they'll be lower damage ones. Because she effectively can turn that 6 second downtime into like something that your team can actually use. Because of that energy regeneration that she's giving to everybody. Right here. 20 energy total. So think about characters, right, in the future that will be liberation, not dependent, but low cooldown liberations that if you could just use them, I guess I guess somebody wants to see an example of this in the tower. We can do a quick one. Editor, you can cut this out of the footage unless you think it's really good. You can cut this out of the footage. I'll show you guys an example of this on the fallacy, because I know a lot of people are having trouble with this in the middle tower.
Here.
So we'll do a quick demo of it, just to show you guys how it works.
Let's reach farther destinations together.
Ooh, she kind of cooking with these echoes. Kind of cooking. All right, get a little bit of that. Why do I have a Havoc piece? Oh, Alto has all the arrow. A little bit of that. And a little bit of this. And a bit of this. And so I'm going to show you guys why Yang Yang is such an incredible sub DPS. And one of the hidden... Oh, by the way, guys. Do not use this weapon on her. Yang Yang will be D tier if you use this weapon on her. Okay? If you're putting Yang Yang on Rejuvenating Glow and using an Originite weapon, yes, that character is D tier. I don't know what else to tell you, okay? Like, they will be D tier. Any character can do that, and they will be D tier. Just don't do it. Like, don't, like, put a shitty build on a character, and then, like, refuse to change it, and then say the character's bad. It's a weird thing to do.
The battlefield is
I'm gonna be honest about that. It's just a weird thing to do. So with that, let's show the demo. So, like I mentioned before, right? This character's all about really fast rotations.
Stay calm.
Right? So I just did all of that, right? So that I could... Well, I need to dodge first.
In war with time. Let me be your blade. Shape the shapeless. Synchronize.
Look at that. How fast was that rotation? Right?
Don't you worry.
Why was I in the air?
Vow from the soul.
There we go. Right? We're rotating a lot faster now, right? Because I have the whole Shorekeeper thing. Shorekeeper's kind of gating my teams.
Let me be your blade. Don't worry. Storm, hear my command.
This was a bad demo. Let me retry that. I'm gonna retry this demo one last time, and then we'll move on. I know we still have a bit more to get through. Oh, I should ult a lot earlier in this lineup.
Let me be your blade.
One last reset. My Shorekeeper ult was like slowing down the rest of my rotation, waiting for it to come off cooldown, so I have to cast it earlier.
Worry not. I engraft you new. I'm fine. Diminish. Let me be your blade. Let the winds roar.
1 second, guys. I realized something really bad. My Shorekeeper is not on variation, and that's what's taking forever.
Understood. I am
Oh, she was.
to serve your will.
Oh, she was. I just suck. Never mind. We'll do it one last time with no skill issues. So, what I'm going to be doing here is basically trying to leverage that energy regen piece of, yeah, I was like, why am I playing so bad? I'm like, I've been talking too much. I need, like, actual gameplay.
Time. Precipitant. Loading. Let me be your blade. Storm.
There we go.
Command. Synchronization.
Ready for battle. Unstoppable.
I know it's a lot of last times.
Don't you worry.
Holy crap, this guy is... I was better yesterday. I was a lot better yesterday.
Ordained. Okay. Astral modulation. Loading. Let me be your blade. Let the winds roar.
Finale.
Synchronization.
You're wide open. Fear no more.
And we're just spamming these liberations at this point, right? Oh, maybe I should like stop griefing my... So I'm messing up by like just not attacking the boss because this guy's like an asshole. But you guys get what's going on. I'm able to just rotate so much faster with this team. I'm also like missing the dodges and everything. I'm just able to rotate a lot faster. And you're seeing that like I've done 3 rotations. I've done 3 rotations in the time that it normally takes most teams to do like 2. Or maybe like not that much, but it's like a noticeable difference. And yeah, we're just gonna call it a wrap from there because I missed like half of my attacks. I'm a little bit too rusty right now. But that's the idea. This character is basically pumping out more rotations, but less damaging ones. But at the end of the day, it's entirely something that's worth it. It's entirely something that's playable. And for a lot of characters that might not have been released yet, right? It could be one of the optimal ways to play them. A character with lower cooldown liberation that does more damage, that's a lot of potential. And she has the buffing, and she does decent personal damage too. It's just a lot of really, really good things that are coming out of it. And I'm going to be honest, she has one of the most smooth and fun playstyles in the game. I really love her things with Zhang Liao because, guys, you guys might not know about this, but because Yang Yang's outro skill doesn't expire on swap, you can play quick swap with her on the Zhang Liao team. And that might be something a little bit cooler to show off now that I'm thinking about it. Let me go full Glazer mode right now. Actually, I'll go full Yang Glaze. We'll do the Yang Glaze today. Where's my Zhongli actually? What have I been using him in? Where is he? Why does he only have 3 fuel? Ah, that's why. I'll show you a really, really interesting way to play this team. So this is gonna be Yang Yang and Zhang Liao.
Experiment begins.
Those are his stats. These are her stats.
Let's reach farther destinations together.
Wait, hold up. What the? Oh, that's because she's in game. She has Shorekeeper's buffs. I was gonna say like, why is my Yang Yang at like 290 crit damage on the character select screen? Oh, right. You guys don't see this. There we go. We're in game. 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 Sorry. All right.
Watch out.
In war with time.
I got you guys.
Let me be your blade. Let the winds roar.
Complete overhaul.
Loading. Synchronization.
Variable elimination.
Verity. Confined within limits.
And then you could just do some fun stuff.
Don't worry. Worry not.
Reconfiguration. Exploit. Prime.
Let me be your blade. Tempest.
Did you see that? Like, do you see like what you're able to do with this character?
Precipitous storm. Hear my command.
And then you still get the Shorekeeper intro after doing all of that, right? Is this not cool?
Loading. Let me be your blade.
All right, I kind of messed up that rotation because I was getting a little bit too spicy with it.
Complete overhaul.
Synchronization.
Variable elimination.
Pierce through the stars.
Let me be your blade. Shape the shapeless.
Exploit. Profit.
Synchronization.
Variable elimination. Complete overhaul.
Let me be your blade. Tempest.
All shall reveal itself.
I mean, I'm gonna be honest, guys. Was that not badass? Was that not badass? Like, you can do that thing where, like, Zhang Liao punches and then jumps up into the air. And then if you swap into Yang Yang at the right time, you can immediately do her air attack. And you end up with, like, the craziest thing ever. And Zhang Li doesn't have an outro buff to lose, right, in that team comp? He doesn't have an outro skill buff to lose in that team comp. So you can freely swap between the two, despite the fact that Yang Yang is on Moonlit. Now tell me, that warrants A tier, does that not at the very least? Despite the fact that she doesn't have a damaging outro skill buff? She gets to go in on the quick swap windows of any character for free because she doesn't have an outro skill. Well, that's the thing, Born Accident. You can do the same on Chang Li, but you have an incentive not to swap off of Zhang Liao too much when Chang Li is giving him her outro skill. Because when Chang Li gives Zhang Liao their outro skill, it expires, right, when you leave the field. And so if you're playing Yang Yang, right, you get to basically have your cake and eat it too. Oh, Chang Li and Yang Yang? Oh, I see. Yeah, you can do the same with her. She becomes like the hyper carry enabling quick swapper. And that to me is such a unique role that works well. And I'm telling you guys, this is the Chang, or the, Chang Li's cool too. But Zhang Liao and Yang Yang, I'm going to be honest, it is a banger team. Especially with Shorekeeper. You might, like, throw around a couple of intro skills there, but Yang Yang's concerto is so good, you oftentimes can do a Yang Yang concerto buildup into your Shorekeeper outro. And so, that's why I'm saying Yang Yang, hey, potential for S based off of that alone. I think that footage should be able to speak to her viability. Right? Like, you lose the outro skill buff, but you gain her quick swapping without, like, any losses that other sub DPSs would have. And she has a lot of abilities that, like, synergize with being in the air, and a lot of other stuff like that. So I rank her at the top of A right now, or, like, very high in A. And we'll get into some of the other sub DPSs now. Hopefully there aren't too many questions about that. We might move her up to S, depending on where some of the other people land. All right, next up, I'm going to get some pretty easy ones. The entire standard roster. From the perspective of... Wait, let me put Yang Yang up here. Whoopsies. The entire standard roster, from the perspective that these guys have their S4. This is under the assumption that these three characters have their S4 and they're able to buff the team. Because every standard character's S4 gives them an attribute damage buff when they use either their outro skill or when they're able to use some ending part of her kit. Guys, this is the sub DPS list. This is not the DPS list. This is the sub DPS list or outro skill buffer. But these three characters over here, they have the potential to buff their team. Guys. Chatters. It says it right here. Sub DPS or outro skills. This is not the DPS list. These characters become sub DPSs at S4. Keep that in mind. These are sub DPS characters at S4. I guess we can put them down here for now. Whatever. I think that's like too confusing for people, because I guess people are getting too confused by that. Whatever. Anyways, we'll just pretend that we can save them. We can put them on the tier list at the end, because now people are getting confused about like Chisha. Okay, so we're gonna be just putting John Shin also in A, because when you dedicate the field time to her, for John Shin, you can get a pretty good amount of concerto really fast, right? Doing her full charge is crazy concerto energy generation. And if you're playing her as a sub DPS whose goal is buffing, her damage is pretty decent too. She does a decent amount. And the end result is that this character is similar to Yang Yang in that they combine grouping, but they have a much more damaging buff, and they don't really have like quick swap potential. They require a bit more field time, but once everything's put together and you're using her on a team that benefits heavily from Resonance Liberation, she works out really well, right? And if you want to help her concerto, you can always use like the concerto generating weapon. But in my opinion, when you build John Shin to deal damage, it works. It's good.
Hey, over here.
With S2 and her forte, you get her concerto right after finishing charging shield. Exactly, right? Or S2 and her you mean her intro skill, Born Accident. So yeah, and let's be honest, guys, John Shin's outro is one of the most applicable in the game, because a Resonance Liberation damage boost can apply to like most teams, right? There are less teams that it doesn't apply to than teams that it does. It's easier to find the team that she can't help, and that's mainly the Jian team. So, I mean, this character is just, I think she's slept on in a lot of ways, just simply due to the fact that people don't like standing still in a game like this, and I can respect that. Her playstyle is not for everybody, but her buffs are. So, if you don't have Yinlin, this character has been holding down the fort for a lot of people. Any questions about the John Shin rank? Nothing too crazy to talk about here. I think people know what she's capable of, but they just don't like playing her that much. And she's definitely below Yang Yang, but maybe perhaps above Alto. Forte heavy with Bell is kind of going from the perspective of like, you're tanking hits, which when you're playing John Shin, guys, you probably should have a healer on your team on Rejuvenating Glow, and she should probably be on Moonlit. That's kind of the way it works, so you can get the Rejuvenating Glow buff. I think she's good on Moonlit, it's just not a lot of people use it. And at the end of the day, if you're using Originite Gauntlet on her, you're not going to deal any damage, okay? And John Shin has her, she only gets healing on her shield, right? She only has self-healing on her shield, and the healing takes 3 seconds to tick after you get the shield. And you only get the shield after you finish charging. And so using her as a healer is really bad. Using her as a healer is really bad. And people have used really bad logic. I guess it's from a lack of sustains, but they're still using it now. The logic now for putting her on Originite Gauntlets is really bad. Because you are basically saying, we know this character has built-in healing, but we're gonna that's like delayed and doesn't work with rejuvenating, and so we're gonna force that healing on her through Originite Gauntlets and ensure that she's absolutely worthless outside of being a rejuvenating Glowbot. That's what you're basically forcing John Shin to be when you put her on Originite and then don't build any damage potential on her. She has a lot of damage. It's just the Originite Rejuvenating Glow build has just griefed her perception in the player base. Completely. And that's like the build everyone thinks is like the right one for her. But it's not. It's like Yang Yang. Guys, we saw what Yang Yang could do when you actually put real equipment on her. And it is really good. The same exact story for Jia Jin. Put real stuff on them. Don't make them into fake tiers or fake healers and then expect good results. So what you're kind of seeing is that the A tier right now has all of our arrow people. Pretty good. I'm pretty happy with this. What do you guys think right now about the A tier? There's a couple more people that we're going to add to it. And also like a couple of backfills that I need to do. Guys, Alto has very fast concerto generation, very good personal damage, and he has buffing capabilities that focus on crit. He's a good character. He's a good character. And built-in sustain as well. Or not like built-in sustain, but he increases your DPS by removing or by increasing predictability on the bosses. Danjin's a bit interesting. Danjin is a bit of an interesting character. I think that she is, to a degree, very, very interesting to play. But I think she might be at the bottom of A when it comes to being an actual sub DPS character. Because she focuses a lot more on personal damage, but has the trade-off of her personal damage is kind of shit unless you spend a lot of field time on her. Like, a lot of field time. You need to get a full Forte circuit on this character for her to really deal any damage at all. But that's the thing, Born Accident. She has a lot of concerto generation. Incredible amounts of concerto generation, right? Like, you will be filled ASAP. But it's like, her personal damage, if you're focusing on concerto, even with a DPS build, is like, it's not that good. Not that great. And if you're trying to focus on her buffing, you're like, okay, Danjin just did her Chaos Cleave and it did like 30k, did her ultimate, or maybe a little bit more than 30k, right? But it's not a meaningful contribution to the pie. And the end result is that when you focus more on using her as a buffer, you're not going to get great results. But if you're leaning more into her being like a dual DPS, she gets better results. But she doesn't have a lot of dual DPS partners because Camellia is a greedy woman. And Havoc Rover kind of just doesn't have like the same level of pop due to the fact that Havoc Rover also wants field time. They also want field time if they're getting buffs. Everyone get what I'm saying? I think she's bottom of A, in my opinion. Because when you play her like as a sub DPS, as a buffer, and her dual DPS partner, I feel like she needs a different type of character to really feel good. Because her outro skill buff is too damn specific. The fact that it only buffs Havoc damage, it's a little bit too specific to make her feel good as a dual DPS. Because her only viable teammates, right, are Havoc Rover and, let's just say, Camellia, right? And that Camellia dual DPS team sucks because Camelia's not having field time and you're just like, what are we doing here? And then the Havoc Rover team is like, okay, like we're giving Rover buffs, but then limiting their field time. And it's like, Rover with buffs does pretty good damage with their basic attacks. It's like, a little bit rough. She's a little bit confusing. She needs, like, another Havoc character that, like, wants to swap as much as her. If that makes sense. And it's an odd combination. So I see her on either top of B or bottom of A. The only flip side CG corner of, like, her sub DPS side is even though her personal damage suffers when you're using her as a buffer, she does have extremely fast concerto generation. She has extremely fast access to her buffs, but there's really nobody that wants to use her buffs to that degree. And she's slower than Sanhua for the Camellia team. Just so you guys know, Danjin is going to show up on the DPS list too. So I'm not ranking her like down here for everything. That's the thing, Kuromat. I see what you're talking about Camellia Danjin, double skill 1 plus skill 2, but it's like it requires a pretty complex series of inputs, and then you also have her dog shit damage if that's all you're doing in her rotation. Most of Danjin's damage is loaded into a fully charged Chaos Cleave. You'll notice that in all of her solo clears, she does like piss damage outside of everything except a fully charged Chaos Cleave. Without a fully charged Chaos Cleave, you're like, my damage is imaginary, basically. We can do it, right? I've got like a good Danjin build, but I think most people know that. Eslam, you might play her as a sub DPS because she has incredibly fast concerto generation and an outro skill that buffs a damage type, right? It's not a bad idea to do it in that type of circumstance. That alone is enough to warrant her being a sub DPS, but like I do believe that her gameplay as a sub DPS is worse than these three characters. So we can definitely pump her down here to like B, but this is what my A tier is, or we'll put Tauchi in B here. Maybe like somewhere around here. I think she's better as a sustainer. We'll just put Tauchi down here and then make like this sort of situation right now. Sorry, yeah, no, I do mean imaginary. But I do know what you're talking about in terms of elements. All right, are you guys ready for the S tier in sub DPS? We already did do support. This is the support tier list for a quick glance. Yanwu is like 1/4 of a support, so I'm just putting him in D because he like doesn't really do it that well. Chisha has buffing capabilities after using her Boom Boom, so you can activate her buff without even using her Concerto. So that gives her like a little bit of extra flexibility in her rotations.
Hey, over here.
All right, S is pretty easy, and there's going to be a lot of characters in S tier. Those are my rankings for S tier. Now. You guys might be a little bit confused, right?
Oh, St. Tontus. You said Sanhua does no damage, right? So that means Sanhua's actually D tier, right? You said she doesn't do damage. So you're saying she's bad.
No. What I said was that Sanhua doesn't deal as much damage as the other people you're going to find in the hybrid tier. She does not do as much damage as those other characters, relative to the rest of their teams. Jeja and Yinlin, for example, they have better buffs than Sanhua. Can we agree on that? Jeja and Yinlin have better buffs than Sanhua. Yes or no? And this could be where I decide to filter my chat, depending on your answer. Oh dear, I'm already seeing people say, Okay. All right. I think all right. Looks like we need to do an IQ check on some people. Because I think some people lack the critical ability to add two numbers together. It is a little concerning. it is a little concerning. So, let's go and talk a little bit about why Sanhwa's buffs are objectively worse, in general, than those from Yinlin and Jeja. Okay? Guys,
Understood.
it's actually
I
pretty
should try
simple.
to smile more, you say? Like this?
This number is 38. This number is 38. This number is 20 plus 25. Guys, is 45 bigger than 38? Yes or no? Okay. So, 45 is bigger than 38. Right? Right, guys? Right? And I see some people, right? I see some people.
Here.
Guys, they're like,
Oh, but Sanhua at S6! Sanhua at S6! Oh my god, she gets 20% attack!
okay, let me raise you this question then, my friend. Right? Oh, Sanhua gives 20% attack? Okay. How much is this worth? How much is this worth? Guys, how much is this worth? How much is that worth? What's that worth? Is that better or worse than 20% attack? Is this better or worse than 20% attack? The answer is you can't define whether or not this is... Oh! Chakwin. Energy regeneration. This is basically an increase to your ER stat, right? Functionally, it's the same thing, right? Giving them energy versus increasing their energy regeneration stat, right? Functionally, it's the same thing, right? This is the thing. I'm saying that if you guys can't quantify whether this is better than Sanhwa's S6 buff, then you can't say that Sanhwa has better buffs. If you can't quantify this buff that's coming from Jeja, you can't say that Sanhwa's buff is better when she has a worse outro skill. And that's the thing. Murderman said it very well. You can quantify it on a case-by-case basis, right? Because Jeja sucks balls at buffing Camellia, right? But if you're going into this comparison, be like, Jeja is worse than Sanhua because she doesn't buff Camellia as much, and that's why she's a higher tier, you have an illness. If that is your argument, you have an illness. And that's really all there is to the situation. Because we're just talking about it in terms of how these characters are performing, right? On the teams that they work in. Right? Like, I don't care about Sanhwa's performance with Zhang Liao, right? And I don't care about Jeja's performance with Camellia. Nobody does. And so trying to make that comparison to push one character over the other is one of the most nonsensical things you can do. There's no reason for it. And I know somebody's saying, I think Chucha just said, but doesn't Sanhua have more applications? Guys, just because a character does basic attacks, guys, in a hyper carry rotation, Zhang Liao uses 3 basic attacks. Zhang Liao uses 3 basic attacks in a hyper carry rotation. 3 of them. And you're telling me that Sanhua has a widely applicable buff? It's really not. It's usable on Encore and Camellia. And then everyone else, and maybe Havoc Rover, you're kind of just coping afterwards. If you're talking about Zhang Liao, it's like, that's pretty cope.
Begins.
She's not as widely, and Calcharo as well, that is Giga Cope. Let me say it this way. There are some buffs, like Sanhwa's, right, that can be very widely applicable, right? Because you're like, oh, every character in the game has a basic attack, bro. So that means Sanhua can buff everybody. I'm like, okay, yeah, that is technically correct, right? That's technically correct. But if you had any other option for 90% of those characters, you will get worse results with Sanhua. So just because she buffs everybody, but she's worse than their best in slot, what is the point of like using it as like a point of strength? She can be worse than others is like a statement you could use for every character. Oh, yeah, Ling Yang. Encore, Ling Yang, Havoc Rover. Those are the main ones. Encore, Ling Yang, Camellia, Havoc Rover. The reason why I'm putting Mortefi below and above Chang Li is pretty much due to the fact that this guy does a lot of damage. He does a shit ton of damage, right? And Chang Li, I'm rating her lower because not because of her damage, not because of her buffs, but because Chang Li is hard as shit to play, right? You could theoretically, like in the hands of the average player, or not even the average player, like a low skilled player, Chang Li's like down here. Maybe like maybe down here, perhaps even lower, right? In the hands of a lower skilled player. Because you have to like put in concerto management, like rotation management, swap cancels, all this stuff. Gosh, in some cases, she's like here. So bottom of S is where it is for me, just to recognize her potential. But the fact that she's so goddamn hard to play is why I could just never justify her being that high. That, and yeah, her buffs only last 10 seconds. It's intentionally designed to be shorter than other characters. It's a big downside. That is 14 seconds to 10 seconds is a massive percentage decrease. Lot of learning curve to playing this character. And guess what, guys? Guess what, guys? Remember that thing I talked about where investment matters? You can use a shit build on these 4 characters, right? You can use a dog shit build on these 4 characters. Really bad Moonlit Clouds, like a 50-220. A 50-220. And then you put that on Chang Li. Your Chang Li team is going to be like 30 times worse than the other team. User Ben just said, you just undermined your own statement. Hey, User Ben, your comment makes no sense, but I'm not going to tell you why, by the way. You like that? You like that clarity, bro? How about, if you're going to critique, you provide a reason, instead of just saying, you're wrong, you're wrong. Provide a reason, bro. You got to do that first. I used Sanhua, Jeja, and Yinlin to clear an overdrive stage. Sanhua and Jeja were on Moonlit. That sounds like... Why? Why did you do... Why are you wasting all your fuel on these characters, or all your energy on these characters? That's crazy. Alright, any last critiques on this list, or are people just gonna say, I think you're wrong, and then not list a reason? Because if that's all the criticism that we're gonna get, then there's no point in listening to much more. Oh, sorry. I just undermined my own statement. Not gonna lie. Yeah, dude, let me just gaslight you into thinking about all, like, you know, the last 30 minutes that you were talking, and just, you know, and say there's something wrong with it, right? Like, that's good criticism, bro. Bro, some chatters are like, some chatters, you guys know the No Child Left Behind program in the US? Some of these chatters should have been left behind. If we're being completely fair, right? Hey, bro, I think you're wrong, bro. I don't have a reason for it, though, bro. You're wrong, bro. Stay in school, kids, or you're going to end up like that. Stay in school. Maybe I'll start the no chatter left behind program. If I see some dumb shit, I will just call you out, man. We can recognize how you actually appear in society. All right. How is that list looking, everybody? Bottom of S for Chang Li, mainly due to the difficulty. All right, perfect. Okay, so the long-awaited DPS category. The long-awaited DPS category. And this right here. User Ben. You are the person that tried to gaslight me into second guessing the last 30 minutes of my yap. And now you're saying, just read the comments, bro, to get the context instead of getting the convenient ones. How about you write an actual explanation, buddy man? And then we can move forward. Otherwise, you're getting a ban. So first, I'm going to rank all of the potential people that can be in DPS. And you're going to find that there are a lot of them in this game. Yes, Yinling could technically be one. Let me sort this out a little bit. I probably should have done this beforehand. My bad about that. And we'll do male Havoc Rover for this situation. And I think I'm missing too much over here. That's looking... Oh! Can't forget Chisha. That's looking good.
Hey, over here.
There's a funny thing about DPS Yinlin that we're not going to be talking about. Let me just say firsthand that these two, Jeja and Yinlin, they are not going to be on this tier list. Because one of the big strengths about these two characters, Jeja and Yinlin, is the fact that they will continue dealing damage when you aren't using them, right? That is like a cornerstone of somebody that shouldn't be a main DPS. Because if they're able to do damage while not on fielding, why would you make them on field? And specifically Yinlin, especially with Stringmaster, who gets better buffs when she isn't on field, it's actually griefing her damage potential for her to be on field. But if you guys want, I'll put them on the list. I'll put them on the list for where they actually belong based off of my performance with them. They're like bottom of C. These two are like bottom of C, if I'm frankly being honest. They're bottom of C, if I'm frankly being honest. They just don't do enough
Hey, over here.
I think the best example that I've used, and it's one that I never get tired of showing, is this, guys. Let me show you this, guys. Yinlin.
I am here.
Amazing,
no
right?
rush.
Or
the impatient ones will fall right
guys,
into our lap.
Guys. I don't know if you can see that, but this is the first hit of Yinlin's basic attack. The first hit of Yinlin's basic attack deals 19.72% attack damage at level 5. I'm imagining it goes up to 30 at level 10. Do not on-field with this character, otherwise these are the attacks that you will be using. You will be using these attacks. This is your on-field damage. And attempting to work with this is perhaps the biggest griefing you can do in this game. Like, look Don't even level this, right? Leveling it to 5 was too much. It's not even 30 at level 10. Leveling this to 5 was too much. This should have stayed at 1, if I'm frankly being honest. This is crazy. And I do know I need to level up some of my traces. Whatever. It clears. It's fine. She's still S tier with level 8. It's fine. Right? So, you guys get what I'm talking about there, right? It's just these characters were not made for on-fielding. You can do it. You can do it for fun, right? You can put Yinlin on Void Thunder, and, you know, I will think less of you for it, but you can do it. Okay, user Ben, you said Jeja and Yinlin buffs objectively better than Sanhua, then ended up saying it is subjective to the team. Not is this undermining your... Okay, user Ben, 45 is a bigger number than 38. And if you really want to get into semantics, just imagine, right, in your very, you know, hardwired brain that's moving really fast right now to do this, because it took you 15 minutes to write a paragraph, right? In that mind, I'll make it very clear for you. 45 is bigger than 38. And just imagine that I was talking about the outro skill buffs, which is one of the big reasons for creating this sub DPS tier list. Hopefully you understand now. Their outro buffs, and generally their buffing potential is going to be higher based off of that. Even on their individual best teams. Jeja doesn't have hers yet, because she needs a Glacio Resonant skill damage dealer. Perfect. Let's get on with the actual parts, or the actual people on this tier list. And if you guys don't like my pronunciation of Jeja, blame the trailer. So, this'll probably be an easier list to go from the bottom up. I'm going to put main DPS Alto in B. This character right now is a little bit interesting from the perspective that he's good in single target, but this is one of the most horrifically bad characters I have ever seen in AoE. I do believe that his complete lack of ability to deal with anything AoE content-wise is one of the worst things about him. He is a pretty good single-target boss destroyer, but because all of his attacks like hone in and have really good tracking and don't miss, it's like against enemies, he has to like beam them down all one at a time, and he doesn't have any splash. So that alone makes him B because he's super selective, even if his personal damage has a lot of potential. You're asking how Alto's personal damage is more than Yinlin? Oh, it is. It is a lot higher, man. It's significantly higher. It is high. It's good. But the problem is, he's so cripplingly bad in AoE content that it's like actually bad. He's absolutely crippled in AoE content. It's almost unplayable. Similarly, that's why I kind of want to put Chisha in B. Because, holy shit, unless you're able to like one-shot the ads with Chisha's ultimate or Chisha's liberation, oh fuck, man. Oh, if you're playing this character in AoE, oh, that's not good either. Oh man. But in single target, Chisha gets the job done. Chisha can 3-star solo TOA in single target, right? But another thing is that Chisha's rotations feel so odd, and her interaction with teammates is like strange to a degree, because she's a little bit like Danjin in that she benefits very heavily from uninterrupted field time, but your teammates have to do stuff, right? Like your teammates have to do things on the battlefield. And it's like, it just feels odd matching up her timings with that of her teammates. That's what yeah, I think Gongs a lot said it. Chisha wants to be on field at all times. And that's kind of the same thing with Dan Jin. That's why I kind of want to put her into like bottom of A or maybe with Chisha in B. Because Dan Jin feels really weird to play in a team. Dan Jin doesn't feel that good to use in a team. The main problem with it is simply due to the fact that, like, you want these fully charged Chaos Cleaves on this character to deal any damage at all. If you don't get them, the damage is so absurdly bad that it isn't good. And it's like, her having teammates is almost a detractor from her performance. Like, her having teammates makes her harder to play. These two characters, in a sense, almost go against the logic of the game itself, if I'm frankly being honest. Like, these two are like A or potentially S if they have no teammates. Like, potentially S if they have no teammates, but like in a full 3-person team, gosh, they feel kind of shitty to use. Now it's like, oh, now I gotta time like like how many Chaos Cleaves can I get in the duration of Dan Jin's outro buff? Or in the outro buff on Dan Jin? You're like, you don't really know. And then with Chisha, it's like, am I able to get my boom booms off before the outro buffs on my teammates run out? Not really. It's like the timing feels too strict. You guys gotta realize that when you're in a 3-person team with a sub DPS buff on you, you now have a timer on how you're playing on field before those buffs expire. And these characters, with how they play, very heavily reliant on dodge counters and the bonuses they get from doing them, the time limit doesn't feel great. So, these guys are like illogical characters. And that's why I don't want to rate... Oh, shit. They're like illogical characters, and that's why I don't want to rate them very high, because they go against everything else in the game. Are we good on these? I had an idea that these two could have been potentially controversial. I think these two could have been potentially controversial, but hopefully you understand my reasoning. In that being good at these characters doesn't mean that you're good at the game. It means that you're good at dodging and playing just this one character. But in actual team play, they're entirely different. The experience is like night and day. We good here? Now, let's move on to the A tier. First things first. Havoc Rover. And you guys might be a little bit surprised by me, but I'm also putting Calcharo in A. I know. I shit talk him all the time. I shit talk Calcharo all the time. But the fact of the matter is that if you're willing to learn a couple of cancels on him, you can do pretty damn good damage, right? That doesn't negate the fact that he's probably one of, if not the hardest characters to play in the game. And that is why he's going in the bottom of A for me. Because his barrier to entry is really high, but as you guys will see from the short CN preview that I have, he does have some of the best damage in the game. He has some of the highest damage potential in the game. But it is so hard to access it, and you can get to like 95% of it by learning a couple of small things. Right? And guys, there could be an Electro version of Alto that does like some weird taunty shit, right? That turns the bosses back to Calcharo, and now playing him doesn't feel like, you know, you're actually like a masochist or something, right? Calcharo, I'm also putting him in A because I feel like he has potential in the future as well, with more characters that can really help shore up some of his weaknesses, because Shorekeeper didn't really do that. Even though we thought that she might have. So, he's waiting for more help, but he can be played very well right now, right? And he has
Well, would you look at
potential.
that?
But the problem
Easy
is,
money.
it's really hard for anybody to reach it. Skyer Lizard, thank you for the gifted membership. Appreciate it, man. All right. How is that? Have we avoided the last landmine? Have we avoided the last landmine, everybody? I think the rest of this tier list is going to be pretty smooth from here on out. Oh, and Ling Yang goes in B. Ling Yang goes in B. I think we can all agree to that. Ling Yang goes to B. Because this guy, he can do damage, he can clear the tower, but he requires a lot more than others to make stuff happen. And he does have the support to work properly, but he feels like shit to play. And he doesn't have the damage to warrant feeling shit to play. Calcharo feels shit to play, but has the damage to back it up. So, Avi, we are averaging the skill, but what I'm saying is that the highest skilled Calcharos have damage that's so good, I think it brings it up to A. For Calcharo. Like, the top 10% of Calcharos are able to perform well enough to, like, imply potential. That should be known on the average. Does that make sense? The thing is, Real Mail, the Ling Yang rotations might be cleaner, but the damage just is not there. Calcharo's damage is there, but you gotta do some dirty, disgusting, nasty rotations to get it. And Ling Yang's damage isn't really there to warrant even half of the effort that it takes to be using him. Because the damage compared to Calcharo is just not there.
Well, would you look at that? Easy money.
And this will be a video. Kenji, so what I'm doing is I'm getting an average of the performance in, like, the best users of that character and the people that are, like, kind of really bad at the game, the lowest skilled people, and then taking an average between that perception, right? Because we would first have to define what the average player is, and that's really hard. Murderman, Spectro Rover is not on this list because they cannot function as a main DPS. They can't. If you're trying, get out of the first 10 minutes of version 1.0. They just don't work. Spectro Rover was at bottom of sub DPS. I actually have them more so as a support character. Guys, we can put Spectro Rover on here, but guys, Spectro Rover is one of the biggest copes you can ever hope of. It's incredibly cope.
Hey, over here.
You guys can imagine where this tier list is going next, right? Jinxie is S tier. Right? Jinxie is the top of S tier, and I'm going to put her at the top of S tier for a few simple reasons. She basically, Jinxie's like skill curve, like skill or like input to output ratio, right? Like, let's just say the input is like how much time a person is putting into learning the character, learning their ins and outs, learning how to play their teams, blah, blah, blah. Jinxie's input to like an output being like their performance, in the fights. Jinxie's input to output is like a line that starts at the ceiling. It's like a line that starts at 95% and stays at 95% until you start doing speedruns with her. The character plays itself to the point where even the lowest skilled person is just already benefiting from the fact that she does attacks in the air. Like, and has hyper armor built into her attacks in the air. I think I saw a thing from Atria. If Calcharo is A tier, then we are all agreeing that the average player can quick swap. That's not what I said. First of all, I said that the top Calcharo players can leverage so much of his insane damage potential because they're playing well that it should be recognized on the average tier list. The fact that he can perform at that level should be recognized. But he is brought down heavily to the bottom of A due to the fact that it is very hard to access that power. I did not say that the average player can quick swap and swap cancel. That is not what I said. Let's not mince words here.
Hey, over here.
So, now that we put on Jinxie, we've kind of set that barometer, right? This character, when you start playing her to when you become the best Jinxie player on the planet, her performance doesn't really change. Her performance only changes when you get to the point where you can use two resonant skills in one rotation and you one-shot the boss. That is what CN does in their speedruns. That is the only kind of market improvement you can make in her rotations. That is the only improvement you can make in her rotations, is to build her so much to the point where she can one-shot the boss with a double resonant skill. This is like E0 and then like S1 in a lot of cases. Because there are some characters that can have kind of bad performance without their signature. And it's simply because there's not a lot of other good options. And it's not a fair comparison with that context. So, okay, Reikoji. I mean, one shot in one rotation, right? All right, guys. Are people fighting in the chat? Guys, it's a tier list, okay? This is about a video game. You don't need to get mad about someone's opinion about a video game. You can get mad if someone's calling you dumb, though. That's not okay. Don't call people dumb. Unless they deserve it. So, again, for these DPS rankings, these characters are going to be at E0, S1, because the idea is that there are some characters or some weapon types like Broadblades where if you don't have the signature, it's kind of bad, right? Like Jinxie on the standard Broadblade, okay guys, it's kind of bad. Gianna on the standard Broadblade, it's kind of bad. Next up, we're going to have Camellia, right? Just from the perspective of, okay, this character has an easy mode, right? And then this character also has a hard mode, in that you can hyper optimize this character's rotations in single target, and you can kind of do some juicy stuff with her in multi-target, right? By switching in and out of her skill mode and alternating your rotations because of it. There are a lot of cases, right, where these two people are going to switch spots depending on what the content is, what the boss is, and, who you're fighting in these situations. I would say that they're basically... You can just flip-flop between the two. I would never consider one stronger than the other. I would first take a look at what content you're trying to tackle, and then just go in between the two, right? Depending on who's better. If you're saying one is objectively stronger than the other, you are wrong. It is too hard to make that distinction because there's too much content in the game to even be able to give a statement like that. But if we are talking about it in terms of average power level, right? that people are going to be able to access across gameplay, Jinsei is on average going to be higher. Because even if you're spamming Camellia's Blossom mode and that's the only way you're dealing damage, that's still harder to play than Jinsei. Because Camellia's stationary, Jinsei can move. Jinsei moves automatically in her rotations even, right? And then Camellia has to dodge, right? She can end up having to chase mobile bosses, right? And then, you know, noobs will forget to cancel her Blossom mode and go chase them on the ground. And then they'll start, like, spam dodging to, like, get to the boss. And it's a disaster, right? The other fact of the matter is that for this character, they are way more viable in more content. Camellia has her single target mode. She has her AoE mode. Right? If we're talking about value in a character and value in terms of who you feel comfortable bringing to different game modes, then from that perspective, Camellia is better, right? If somebody were to ask me who is the best 5-star limited character and like signature weapon in the game, I would tell them Camellia. Because they can use Camellia in single target, they can use her in AoE, and they can use her in multi-wave. Right? Jinsei is like, it doesn't work in multi-wave. So it's like Camellia has more use cases than Jinsei. There's no arguing about that. Camellia is viable in more content. Camellia is more valuable in a sense. Do we get where I'm coming from here? Do we get that reasoning? Like, if somebody told me they could only pull one 5-star character and one DPS, or if one 5-star DPS and one weapon, and they wanted the most value possible, I would say pull Camellia over Jinsei. TBC, play Jinsei and Pincer Maneuver Warriors, then come back to me. You'll be saying, I'm sorry, sir. I was wrong. Jinsei sucks balls in Pincer Maneuver Warriors. She is awful. One of the worst experiences in gacha gaming, if I'm being frankly honest. Please forgive me. Now, you're probably not going to be that polite, but that's kind of just the situation that goes on. You really don't want to use Jinsei in some game modes. Some game modes, you just look at them and you're like, oh god, I don't want to use Jinsei here, right? You're never gonna have a game mode where you look at it and you're like, oh god, I don't think I can use Camellia here. That's never gonna happen. In fact, you're gonna be like, oh, I have Camellia. I can use her in any game mode. Right? And that brings me into this guy. Right? And so, this is where we're going to start turning the tier list in S into, let's just hypothetically call it, right, a value. A value tier list, right? Guys, Jinsei's at the bottom for me. Jinsei's at the bottom of S for me on a value tier list. Right? And I think Encore below her. Okay? Okay, guys? If I'm trying to, like, let's just say that these characters cost X amount of money or X amount of pulls. If I'm trying to think about the value of a DPS, I am putting Jinsei at the bottom. Because, guys, all 4 of these characters work better in AoE or multi-wave content than her. And all 4 of these characters can clear the tower. All 4 of these characters are better in multi-wave. All four of them have the same level of ability. Well, not as high, but they will easily tackle single target content. Is that wrong? Right? Jinsei and Encore are the only characters in S right now that cannot be played in other game modes. Guys, remember, I put the word value here. I put the word value here. Right? Value. in terms of if I'm pulling this character, right? If I'm pulling Jinsei and there is a game mode where I cannot use her in, to me, she is less valuable than a DPS character that is usable in all the game modes. Guys, that is an objective statement. Guys, you can't really argue that statement. Guys, remember, I put the word value. Let's just call it value per pull. Right? Jinsei is a very low value per pull character, in my opinion. Because, and this is where the objective fact is coming in. That is the opinion that I have because of the objective fact that she is quite literally unusable in a lot of ways in some of the content in the game. She has a level of unusability and lack of synergy with the game's with the content's mechanics that none of the other characters have. My friend Ardarian, try using Jinsei and pincer maneuver warriors and get back to me. Show me how Jinsei works in pincer maneuver warriors compared to the 4 characters in front of her. Is it not true that Jinsei will perform worse than the 4 characters in front of her in pincer maneuver warriors? Like, to the point where you're just like disgusted at the idea of playing her.
Hey, over here.
If you have not played Jinsei and pincer maneuver warriors and you're telling me I'm wrong, you're banned. Or I don't have anybody banning, but I would ban you. Mikolash, this is the thing. You said pincer was made for Cammy though, so it's not very fair. Nikolaj, if that's the case, why do these 3 characters perform just fine in pincer maneuver warriors? Why is Jinsei the only one, even though she's the best character in the game, why is she the only one that can't really play that game mode when these 3 characters can? Have we thought about that? Have we thought about that, guys? Have we thought about that? Right? And guys, remember the co-op hologram event? Unless if you pick Jinsei and unless your teammates decided to be your basically your bitches, right? And pick sub DPS characters with unless your teammate decided to pick these 2 and you pick Jinsei in the co-op event, didn't that suck? Wasn't that like one of the worst experiences on the planet? Guys, I'm gonna be honest. Co-op was one of the most fun I've had playing this game. Those co-op holograms were incredibly fun, right? And if you're telling me this character can't be used in one of the most fun game modes in the game, I'm not going to call them very valuable for a pull. I'm not going to. There's no way. I literally can't. Leon, I am saying that a new player is better off getting Jian than Jinsei. What do you mean? Wait, what do you mean? Jian's best teammate is a 4-star character that's on his banner. And Jinsei's best teammate is a 5-star limited. What do you mean? Yes, Jian is better for new players. Are you on crack? Like, if you're telling me that Jinsei is better than Jian for new players, that's crazy. You're telling me the guy that clears AoE content, that clears single target content, has way more affordable teams, is worse than the DPS that kind of is pigeonholed into one type of encounter? That's crazy. Guys, that's crazy. Remember, we're talking about the value per pull. These 3 characters, I guess you could kind of alternate between these 2, because Chongli does need another limited to really feel good. I guess we could maybe, like, alternate the rankings like this. Guys, these 3 characters, if you're looking at value, they are better than Jinsei. Jinsei is not a Swiss Army knife, right? These 3 characters are like Swiss Army knives. They can be used for a lot of things. Jinsei's really good at like cutting stuff. That's all she can do. All she can do is cut things, right? She can't do anything else. She's good in single target, but she can't do anything else. Like, you have to, like, struggle with her to make her work in AoE, right? Find some way to group, right? And then in multi-wave, you're just like, pretend this character doesn't exist in multi-wave. So, DPS means a DPS is a character that deals the most damage on the team. A sub DPS character is one that deals damage on the side, but is mainly a buffer. A support is a character that's really not meant to deal damage. They sometimes can, but their main role is keeping the team alive or buffing other people. So, chat. I have listed out some very, very good arguments. And what I'm seeing right now is that people are just saying, I think there's a really good one that I wanted to pull up. There was somebody that said, well, Jinxie's good in holograms and TOA. Yes, I just said she's the best single target character in the game. I've said that like, I think 3 or 4 times right now. So bringing up more examples of single target content and saying that's why she's the best is, well, let's just be honest. It is stupid. Please stop doing it. Bringing up more examples of single target content when I've already said she's the best at it is not helping. So, I've realized that if I'm looking at it from a value per pull perspective as well, Chang'Li's at the bottom, right? Because, guys, let's be honest. To play Chang'Li, you need to build another character, right? If I'm playing these 3 and I have an unbuilt sub DPS, if I have an unbuilt sub DPS with these 3 characters, I'm doing pretty fine. I'm doing pretty okay. If I'm pulling Chang'Li and I have an unbuilt second character, this team is not happening. This team is sucking ass. It is not clearing anything. Stubby nubbies, if you think Chang'Li is self-sufficient, you're wrong. This character needs a teammate. They ain't working. They aren't working if she is the only person dealing damage on her team. Chang'Li as a hyper carry is ass? Absolutely. I have tried the Yang Yang Chang'Li team, and I was like, this is the copiest shit I've ever done. Like, it is beyond cope. It's Copatron Prime. Just don't do it. Leon, you said Jinxie can allow a player to easily clear difficult content that gives it... Leon, if you're saying that Jinxie can clear difficult content and these 3 can't, you are just a Jinxie shill, man. I don't even know what to say. Like, it's just you're being purposefully obtuse at this point. Guys, remember that whole thing I was talking about? You remember that whole thing I was talking about? Maybe I can bring up the notepad again. Maybe we'll do a refresher on the notepad. I think that would be helpful. Maybe written words are better than heard ones. Right? So, let me bring this up here, right? Guys, let me just zoom in on the relevant part, right? So, and just clear out everything else. So, in the tower, right? You can do a 2-minute clear. And then there are people that are clearing it in 30 to 45 seconds, right? Jinxie might be the person that gets you to the 1 minute or the 30 to 45. But if you're using any of these 3, right? Sorry. If you're using any of the 3 DPSs in front of her on the value tier list, you will clear, if they're built in any capacity whatsoever, to be honest, if they're built in any capacity whatsoever, they will clear the TOA within 2 minutes on their teams. I don't think there's any way that you don't clear in 2 minutes if these guys are built. And so this reasoning that we're getting, right, is just not working. This is the thing, guys. I don't care if you get mad at me for talking about, or I guess not saying your character, not bending reality for your favorite character. I don't feel like doing that. And I don't see a reason to basically ignore what's in front of my face just to make you feel better. I'm not going to do that. It's a character, okay? It's a video game. She's just a character in a video game, guys. And now, okay, Leon, I see where you're coming from. You just don't like Jian. And just say that instead of trying to, I guess, like, bend reality and make Jinsei better than him on the value tier list, because she's not. Oh boy. Oh boy. What else do we got here? All right. But remember, guys, this is the value per whole tier list. This is the idea, right? That somebody's like, I'm starting Wuthering Waves. I have the opportunity, right, to, spend $200 and choose a 5-star limited character to get a copy of and their limited weapon. If that is the situation, I would tell them that Camellia, Zhongliao, or Jian are a better value than Jinsei because they can be used in more content. And so, because of the fact that Jinsei is like frighteningly bad in some types of content, that means she is a lower value per pull, because the other characters can be used in all the content and she can't. So if they all cost the same and one can be used in less places, that means they are less valuable. I made sure to talk really slow for that. Do we understand this? Is this clear now? Because that is what I've been saying for the past 20 minutes, guys. And I don't think there's anything you can argue about that. You can tell me that, oh, my Jinsei's really, really built and I didn't have trouble in Pincer Maneuver Warriors because she's at 85-300. You're wrong, bro. If that's what you're going to tell me, man, I'm just not going to listen to you. Because that doesn't make any sense compared to what I'm saying. Diablo, if you're telling me that Chang Li can work with the same level of low investment that these other characters can, and we are talking about value per pull, again, you're wrong. I'm not regretting the tier list, see? Because I have had these opinions on Jinsei for the longest time. Can we talk about why you chose Encore over... Again, guys. This is the value tier list, right? I don't know how many more times I can say it, but this is the value tier list. The whole, you can only choose one character, them and their signature. Let's just say it's Encore with String Master for her signature. If I have Chang Li with her signature and Encore with her signature, which team is easier to build to clear endgame? There is one right answer for it. There is one answer for that question. The answer is Encore. She is easier to build, get up and running than Chang Li. Why are people saying Encore and Jinxie? We're comparing Encore and Chang Li, guys. Why are people saying Jinxie? Chang... Guys. Oh my god. Guys, we need... Guys, please. Guys, please. Why are people saying Jinxie? Alright, whatever. So, this is going to be Chang Li versus Encore, right? In terms of like a value, time to get up and running, who's actually worth it? Chang Li requires investment on the second character. Chang Li is reliant on the second character's investment to do anything. If you don't have Chang Li's second DPS built, you won't do anything with her team. Encore, if you have Sanhua with Encore and you half build Sanhua, your team will do just fine. Because again, Sanhua's damage contribution on her teams is so minimal she can be not built and you can clear the content. If you're playing Chang Li main DPS, don't even look at tier lists because you clearly don't care about how well your characters are actually doing. All right. So, oh my lord. Okay, guys, we need to clarify something again. Just because you can do it, just because you can do stuff like run Chang Li Sanhua, right? If you ran Encore with the same Sanhua and gave Encore Chang Li's echoes, the Encore team would do better. I don't care if you can clear. The Encore team would have cleared faster than you at a lower investment. So you would have been clearing that with Encore like several levels, several echoes ago, right? Versus the time it took for you to build Chang Li up to the point where she can do it with Sanhua. You would have been doing it on Encore with like half the echoes. So yes, on the value tier list, I'm going to put Encore ahead of Chang Li. And I'm putting Encore below Jinxie because Encore is kind of weird in like AoE. I'm not gonna lie, I don't think it's that great. She has like some very interesting like attack patterns that kind of hit and kind of don't. All right, Ian Koo. Oh dear. You're on timeout, buddy. Good luck. You weren't reading words. You weren't reading words. You don't get to type them. I think that's the way that we're going to do it. If you're not going to read, you don't get to type. The word value was on here while you were talking, and now it's not. And I guess somebody's spamming. All right, you're on timeout too, buddy. Next one's a ban. Good luck. All right. So, do we understand the value part of the tier list? Do we understand why I made the value tier list? So now what we're going to do is we're going to do the dual DPS tier list. Are we ready for the dual DPS tier list? Actually. Take him off. We'll take him off. Definitely taking him off. Yeah. Do we understand this, everybody? Do we understand the dual DPS tier list? I don't think Chisha is a dual DPS, if I'm frankly being honest. She demands way too much field time. The main reason, so basically, let's go through some of these rankings. I have Zhang Liao as the best dual DPS in the game. The reason why I have him as the best dual DPS in the game is because you can quite literally do his entire hypercarry rotation, right? And not lose very much efficiency at all, if any efficiency, if you're able to go ahead and do the timings right. He basically has, in dual DPS, it's just an extension of his regular gameplay. You just add additional complexity onto it, and it is one of the easiest dual DPSs to learn. One of the easiest dual DPS characters to learn, and you guys already saw, there are so many different teams you can run with him. Chang Li is a character, right, where you need somebody to swap to in order to function in the first place. If you don't have anybody to cancel Chang Li with, she's not a very good playstyle experience. Versus Zhang Liao, if you don't have anybody to cancel with in the first place, he still works. So to me, the only reason why I have him ranked above Chang Li is simply due to the fact that he has incredible dual DPS capability, but still has his baseline kit, while Chang Li really only has her dual DPS ability. Encore is in S tier, in dual DPS at the very end, because I can see in some ways, right, how her combo is a little bit harder to learn than some other characters. Because she has some very strict timings, especially on her double resonance skill cast in her baseline form, right? You can cast it, start shooting the little stuff, and then you have to swap to another character, do something really fast, and then swap back to her to land the final resonance skill shot. It is very hard to do that in actual gameplay and actually make it a DPS increase in her teams. But if you're able to leverage all of her combos, you can get a lot out of it, right? But if we're frankly being honest and then judging things by difficulty in dual DPS, this is probably a more accurate tier list. If we're thinking about dual DPS in terms of like actually factoring in difficulty, Chang Li, even if you mess up some of her stuff in dual DPS, it's not that bad, right? Because you're just going to swap anyways, and then it's not like a huge deal. On Encore, if you're like messing the stuff up, it's like, why are you even playing Encore in dual DPS in the first place? If you're just missing all the timings, then it's like hypercarry was the way to go. Chang Li, on the other hand, it's like you weren't playing her on any other team anyways. And Detarius Hale, you bring up a good point with Zhang Liao's time slow. That's another reason why he's on top of Chang Li. He has built-in defensive utility that makes dual DPS teams specifically feel exceptionally good with him on the team. Exceptionally good with him on the team. Do we get Encore's placement? The last two categories, it could get a little bit tricky. And that's due to the fact that Havoc Rover, in my opinion, is good in dual DPS, right? They can get a lot done, but they kind of have some really, really weird timings, especially as they get more of their sequence nodes. Because they get a lot of buffs when they're in their Forte mode enhanced state, and sometimes you just like don't have it, right? And you're like trying to get some of the, you're like trying to time up your stuff, and you can miss a lot of your buffs on Havoc Rover by simply not being in like the Dark Surge state before using some of your damage. Jinxie is decent in dual DPS, Heapy, but it is mostly in speedruns, and Jinxie's other teams are better than hers in speedruns. So it's kind of like there really isn't like a use case for it in a lot of situations for Jinxie's dual DPS teams. They're kind of just like similar or worse performance than her hyper carry one, even at like the highest, sweatiest speedrun level. So that's why Havoc Rover is in B for me, because they're actually a lot trickier and requires a lot more micromanagement on their Forte circuit in ways that like even these two characters don't have to deal with. That's just from my personal opinion. You could easily bump Havoc Rover up to A if you'd like. Very easily bump them up here. And Chong-Li, if you discount Dan Jin, she can be used with all of these characters on the roster. Or all of the characters that we're seeing here. This might be a better ranking. Just to, like, emphasize the potential. Calcharo, on the other hand, Calcharo's going into B just because of the sheer fact that, I'm going to be honest, guys, he's really hard to play. He's really hard to play to the point where he's noticeably harder than these four characters. And because there's so many less characters, we have to like kind of use more of the ranks. Because otherwise it just like blends into nothing if this is what we're looking at. I feel like Calcharo's skill levels, like skill drop off here in dual DPS is so significant, especially with all of these other characters that you have available. Like, Zhongli in dual DPS is like night and day, the playstyle experience with Calcharo. Zhongli's over here slowing down time. Calcharo's over here intentionally not dodging or he loses damage. Right? So, that's the whole situation there. And Dan Jin, I kind of put her on here just cuz, but it's really similar to the whole Havoc Rover, or to the whole sub-DPS situation we were talking about. Dan Jin commands so much field time in dual DPS that you might as well not even be playing dual DPS anymore. Again, if you're not building up a full Forte circuit with this character, you are doing no damage to the boss. Or no damage to any enemy, frankly. And, guys, if you're playing Yinlin or Jeja in, quote-unquote, dual DPS, with, like, the Glacio set or Void Thunder, with these two, just stop. Just stop it. Stop it. Do not play Yinlin and Jeja with, like, the Glacio set and the Void Thunder set in dual DPS, and then, like, oh, I'm gonna, like, do my sick quick swaps. Don't do it. Just stop it. It's not worth it. It's not worth wasting the Echo experience to build a Glacio set right now, because these are the only two characters you could hypothetically think about using them on. Stop it. The rest of the characters on here, I mean, they've come out with some Jian cancel tech where he can be used in dual DPS, but gosh, the playstyle is so ridiculous, I don't even really want to put it on the tier list. But we can recognize it if we want to. We can try to recognize it if we want to.
Hey, over here.
All right, guys. So, Janjin's tier as a proper... Oh, shit. Maybe I should have made a copy of that. Fuck. Check the VOD. Check the VOD, Cobra613. It's too late. Just check the VOD, man. Alright. And so, guys, I've got something really cool that I want to show you, but I gotta make sure I can find it. How are we feeling about all of the different tier lists that we've seen today? Does everything make sense? Does everything make sense? Cool. And if you're thinking about the type of content, and if you guys are thinking about the type of content that is being covered here, it's everything. I don't see a point I don't see a point in isolating it to the tower or isolating it to holograms when Pincer Maneuver Warriors is legitimately hard to play, right? Pincer Maneuver Warriors, some of the stages, you could argue, are harder than tower floors, right? And if that's the level of difficulty that's in there, if you're not counting that in your tier list, man, I don't think you're telling the full story. So that's why I'm just viewing it multi-wave AoE and multi-wave AoE and single target, right? That's why I'm viewing it from all those angles. And so that's why I've talked about situations where Camellia is better than Jinsei. All right, cool. So next thing that I'm going to be doing next, unless there are some big questions, maybe we can take some time to discuss all of the findings. Right, we got the support tier list fully fleshed out over here. We've got the sub DPS tier list fully fleshed out over here. And we've got the dual DPS and check the VOD for the main DPS one. There have been a lot of iterations of the main DPS one, with the S rank mainly swapping around based off of how we're viewing these characters. Encore was in on main DPSs. She was in as a main DPS for her teams, for sure, yeah. Yoo-hoo counts as a... Yoo-hoo's a sustainer, Chucho, because she has built-in heals into her kit. Despite having a more specific outro skill buff, hers also doesn't expire, so it feels more like a sustainer's one, rather than a sub-DPS's.
Hey! Over here.
All right. Now, the last thing that I want to do is I'm not gonna make like the full tier list of it, but if you all are interested, I have the tier list for speedrun content. The tier list for speedrun content in CN. This is the part of the player base. That is the part of the player base that essentially goes ahead and bulldozes through content in about 30 seconds. And that's... Holy shit. I need to take this off. That is that 30 to 45 second clear group over here. This is the speedrun tier list. So, Jinsei enjoyers, right? Remember how I talked about how she's really, really, really good at single target? This is how good she is in single target. She is quite literally, for speedruns, better than every character in the game. This is not S6R5, this is S0S1. S0S1, this is the speedrun tier list. You'll notice it's a little weird, right? Yinlin's down here. That's because Yinlin deals damage over time with her coordinated attacks, and speedruns end too fast for her to even do her full Forte Circuit's damage. So, once bosses get more HP, Yinlin becomes better in speedruns. And Calcharo has so many optimizations when played in the sweatiest way that he does like his four Death Messenger combos. They are one of the strongest things in speedruns if you're doing the 4 DM combos. So, this is what I mean, guys, by certain contents rewarding certain things, right? And different things warranting different tier lists. The fact of the matter is that Jinsei is unmatched in speedruns. Oh boy, you guys want to see some? All right, I've got some pretty disgusting stuff ready for you guys. And I do believe that Billy will be just fine to show. All right. You guys are going to be in for a nasty one, okay? This is going to be disgusting. All right. I can't get copyright struck from China, right? Are you guys ready? Are you guys ready to see a Cal Charles speed run? Can you guys do this? Can you guys play like this? Do you guys see why this is a different tier list? They're using thundering methods, by the way. Look at that Calcharo backstepping. What am I watching? Did you guys like that? Did you guys like that? So, does anyone need any additional explanation for this tier list, by the way? Anyone wondering why Calcharo's there? Are we good with Calcharo's placement? Are we good with that? And I've got another cool video for you guys. It's a little disgusting. It's a bit disgusting. I don't like that music, but I guess it'll have to play. Put that shit down. This is their quick swap team, or this is their double DPS Gion team. With Encore. Why is this quality so ass? Do you see this? It's crazy. But yeah, that's just a short preview. That's just a short preview of, you know, all of the different things that are possible with these characters when you're like attempting speedrun content. And what you can see is that it's just a completely different game. They are playing a different game than we are when they do stuff like that. And that's why different tier lists are necessary. There's a reason why these characters are all the way at the bottom over here. Hey, what's up, Ryuki? What's up, Cap? How you guys doing?
Hey, over here.
But yeah, that's the whole situation, guys. And I do believe that is like the whole tier list too.
Over here.
Now that we've covered everything.
Hey.
I am going to be working on a VOD for all of this. Oh gosh, you guys just all managed to come in at the end of my stream. Guys,
Hey, over here.
how do I raid someone? How do I raid someone? I still have no idea how to do that. I need to find out. Guys, I've been talking about this. I've been talking about this game and talking about tier lists for 4 hours. Do you want to know how much actual Wuthering Waves I played today? I played about 5 minutes. I think I did one demo. You can check the VODs. I've been on Tier List Maker and Notepad for 4 hours. What do we want to do? Do we want to watch me play the game? Do we actually want me to put put my money where my mouth is? Do we need validation for any of the prior rankings that I put? Jeez, that was a long yap session. I don't know how my editor is going to kill me. This isn't dual DPS, by the way, guys. That's why Yinlin and Jed are at the bottom. But, alright, holy shit. Guys, you know what I want to do? You know what I want? You know what I want to do, guys? I want to try out the Jian double DPS team. That's what I want to do. I want to try out the Jian double DPS team. That kind of looked like fun.
Understood. I am here to serve your
That looked
will.
pretty fun too, right? Don't you guys think? That looked pretty entertaining, wasn't it? Yeah. We'll do the Jian double DPS run. I think it's possible. Let's see how an absolute novice goes for it.
Here.
But yeah, tier list is covered, guys. You should be able to look at the VOD after I show my screen. Nope, not that. There we go.
Hey.
All right, ladies and gentlemen.
Here.
Let's, we've seen the magic of, Belai. And we're gonna see if we can replicate what we saw on Belai. I think we can. I'm shortening my shelf life as a content creator and a gamer because of the fact that
experiment
this
begins.
gameplay is gonna be so sweaty and so frustrating, I might break both my keyboard, my hands, and my brain trying it out. I still don't know what this is supposed to be. Alright. Alright, let's do it.
Diminish. Astral modulation. Loading.
Ready for battle. Unstoppable. Don't you worry.
I already messed it up. I swapped to the wrong character. I swapped to Storekeeper instead of my other DPS. Boys, I'm gonna be honest. It's already unplayable. I'm already, like, getting nervous, like, thinking about it.
Seven. Verity. Confined within limits.
Oh!
Variable elimination.
What am I doing?
Exploit. Tell truth.
I'm having a seizure, basically, in-game. Probably in real life, too, at this point.
Now.
Oh, it's over.
Exploit. Ready for battle.
In war with time.
Verena's probably better for this, man.
Wide open. Unstoppable. Pierce through the stars. Variable elimination. Reconfiguration. Break.
How are they doing it? Is there something in the water? Like, what? It's not even close to similar to what those guys are doing. Maybe it's the wrong team. Maybe Zhang Liao is not it, right?
I engraft you new.
How do I do this?
Loading.
Ready for battle. Fear no more. Variable elimination. You're wide open.
Don't you worry. All shall reveal itself.
Exploit. Hey!
Hey,
Over here.
hey. Guys, it 3-starred. It 3-starred. So clearly I know how to play the team. Right? Clearly I know how to play the team, right? If I 3-starred the content, right? Easy. I'm a dual DPS master. I know what I'm talking about. Guaranteed. Nobody can do it. Nobody can do that like me.
Hey, over here.
I'm 99% sure nobody can replicate that clear. Not even close. I had no idea what I was doing, man. This shit is so hard to do. Dual DPS, I'll show you guys, like, what an actual dual DPS looks like when I have an idea of what I'm doing. When I have, like, an actual clue of how to play it, it doesn't look that nasty. Okay, I'll show you the one dual DPS team I know how to play, so that I can at least redeem some of the rumors about my skill issue. Or, like, negate some of those rumors. And, fuck it, we'll use Verena too, right? We'll use a crappy little Verena. Make sure she's on the right set. My level 50 Verena. And I'll show you guys. Why am I on Moonlit? Where's my ER? Ooh. There we go. I'll show you guys I know how to play this game. I'm not a noob.
Then conquer by ingenuity.
I don't have a skill issue. Alright, this is more of like me saving my ego at this point. I probably should have put variation on Verena too.
Bask in the sunlight. The fruit of evolution.
Variable elimination. Hey, complete overhaul.
Feathers, take form.
All shall reveal itself.
Exploit. Prop.
My blade yearns.
Oh dear, I got my ass beat. I thought he wasn't supposed to be able to do that.
Reconfiguration. Exploit. Prop. Risk level increasing.
Whoa.
Critical.
This guy just cancels all of your attacks. Let's try that one more time. Wait, with variation. Let's try that one more time with variation. Why is everyone asking me why my Verena's level 50? Guys, Verena doesn't get anything from a higher level. Oh my lord. Verena doesn't get anything from getting a higher level. All you get is like this. Guys, I don't die. I don't get wiped. My teammates, my team members never go to 0 HP. This is one of the most useless inherent skills for me. It's not worth all that. It's not really that expensive though. It's not worth that. Not even close. Yep, she needed variation. I need that speed, man.
Life is in everything. The fruit of
Variable elimination.
Pierce through the stars.
Exploit. Prop. Miscalculation. Reconfiguration.
Take form.
Exploit. Prop.
No need to dwell.
Okay, guys, I'm washed. I'm washed. I am not dodging a single attack right now. I'm washed. I'm completely washed.
Roll for me. Bask in the sunlight.
I think I spent too long yapping today. I need like a reset. This is embarrassing, to be honest.
Complete overhaul.
Perish and take form.
Verity. Confined within limits.
Wait, this is like not bad.
Together we vanquish.
Oh, I am washed. I got like half of my kit canceled there. Hey guys, Changli's easy though. Like, yeah, I totally didn't get 2 true sights. I totally didn't lose like 2 true sights. Totally not, man.
Luminous energy. Withering is natural.
Oh.
Damage.
Oh.
Critical.
Maybe I should level my Verena. Maybe I should level my Verena. She got one shot. I think she got blasted. You got one shot. I don't think I've seen that before. Maybe this is why people... The problem with this tower isn't that the boss is hard. People keep trying to play dual DPS, and this guy just says, that's not happening, amigo.
Elimination. Complete overhaul.
Take form.
All shall reveal itself.
Sever. Triumph through sacrifice.
Reconfiguration.
Together we vanish.
Exploit. Profit. Reconfiguration.
Beckon the divine flames. Sever.
Why did I ironically have like an easier time playing the Jian and Zhang Liao team? Like,
Verity.
why does this team feel harder to play than that one? Maybe that one actually is better. Like,
Luminous energy.
I had an easier time. Is there something wrong with me?
Elimination.
Together we vanish.
It was easier to play the team where I didn't know what I was doing. Guys, I think we're gonna have to update the tier list. I think Jian's better than Chang Li in dual DPS.
Complete overhaul.
See, I cannot know how to play the team, and it'll do better when I vaguely know how to play this team.
Pierce through the stars.
Together we vanish. Take form.
Exploit.
It got a worse clear time too. Holy moly!
Beckon
Jian is
the
good,
divine
man.
flames.
It got a worse clear time. And like, I used to play this team a lot too. Good God, I'm washed. Good God, I'm washed. Hey guys, maybe it was probably the Shorekeeper buff, to be honest. I guess like incorporating dodges into the Fallacies gameplay while also trying to do like all this other stuff, man. Oh jeez. And then trying to do that after 4 hours of yapping and not enough gaming. A little bit harder, man. Alright. But with that, I think I am going to take some advice from chat and get some rest. But before I do that, a bit of an outro for the video that's going to be happening. Well, hopefully that... Let me first pull up the tier list before I do my outro. Say bye, YouTube. Alright, alright. Well, hopefully that little overview on all of the potential prospective tier lists that I've been thinking about when it comes to this game, hopefully that made some sense. I think the really important thing about it, right, especially when it comes to Wuthering Waves, is having either a tier list that's going to incorporate all of the different content in the game, you know, stuff like Pincer Maneuver Warriors, right? And stop focusing so much on single target, right? Multi-wave AoE is a huge thing, right? The Pincer Maneuver Warriors event is one of the hardest we've ever had. And I just think having a more holistic view on these rankings, really, you know, thinking about what it's looking like on the higher end and the lower end, and then trying to go for something where it's achievable for players, but also, like, not lean in too much into, like, downplaying how hard certain characters are, like Chang Li. And, you know, I think with that, just, like, some closing notes in regards to, like, Pridewin and their tier list, what you'll find is that I agree with about 90% of the stuff on it. And the big areas where I'm disagreeing is where I think either the builds are outdated or certain factors about their gameplay are being understated. But when it comes to stuff like Jinxie, Havoc Rover, Chang Li, or like, you know, Chang Li's damage, that sort of stuff, like Jinxie, Havoc Rover, Jian, I understand the placements, right? And there's a reason why I made sure to separately point out those value tier lists. So hopefully all those different classifications are good enough for you guys to get some value out of it. And with that, have a good one. Peace out. Cool, guys. Well, what I'm going to say is that I'm freaking tired. And hopefully that was good content. Hopefully that was good content for you guys. Hopefully that created some interesting discussions. And hopefully I didn't earn too much flaming for my review. Because I wanted to go into it and make sure that I was clearly explaining my line of reasoning, you know, why I'm viewing things a certain way. Obviously, there are people in chat that are just going to look at where all the shiny pictures are and, you know, aren't going to actually listen to what I'm saying. So, we dealt with them. There's a reason why I asked for mods. I didn't mod anybody, but I will be so that we can avoid some of the more annoying stuff in the future. So, yeah, maybe you guys are viewing this game in a different way now. And I don't think that's necessarily the wrong way. So, who should I raid? Who do I raid? Who do I raid? Guys, give me a name to raid. Give me a name to raid. Who do I raid? I need a raid. I need somebody to raid, guys. Let me see. Let me see. Let me see. Who do people want? Who's cool? Raid Sheramu? Sheramu? Alright, we'll raid her then. Let me see if I can do that. Oh. I hope this works. This channel well, give me 1 second, guys. I need to go follow her real quick before I can raid her. Yeah, give me 1 second.
Hey, over here.
Wait, why is it saying I have a raid in progress? Why am I not sending you guys yet? I already have a raid in progress?
Here.
I mean I have a raid in progress. It's a timer? Alright, well, in just a couple of seconds, guys, you will be over with Sheramu. Or Sheramu. I think it's Sheramu.
Single target is the white hair one too. Struggle harder. Oh, good for me too. Guys, Rip, we had to take a great. Oh, hi, Sid. Welcome in, Raiders. How was your surreal? What'd you guys get up to? Can dive above? Can dive into my high chat? Hi, my chat. Like you. Well, welcome in. Hi, chat. Well, welcome into the cozy room. Welcome in. Oh, is it Kieran? Oh, is it Kieran? Kieran and She-Banch. Welcome in. How was your stream? Hi, Born.
Hey.
Damn, I don't know you.
Here.
I don't know these cuties. Who are these cuties here?